This is just a microphone test to confirm the stream can hear us before we get started. Great, thank you so much. We'll be starting shortly.
Hello, welcome. I am Ian. I am one of the people who helps to put these events on. And when I'm not doing that, I am also an accessibility specialist working in advocacy and consultancy. Each time
Hello, good morning, gentle ASMR whisper for everyone online. All right. Hello, everyone. How are we? I hope you are enjoying the breakfast. Please eat all of the food. Uh, I hate it when the food goes to waste and it is delicious. So please enjoy the breakfast this morning. Um, Well, welcome to day 2 of the Game Accessibility Conference. We are going to be having some people who are just joining us for the first time in person and online today. So I'm going to recap some of the things about how this works. So if you're just joining, you know what's up. So for those in person, welcome. If you need any assistance, please feel free to find one of the Game Accessibility Conference staff. They'll be around. When in doubt, you're not sure who to go to, you can just find Max, this Viking of a human over here, who will, if he can't solve the problem himself, will find who can solve it. And of course, we always have some of our staff just available at the front desk where you registered. One change for in-person attendees today, our quiet room has moved. So today, instead of the room you were in yesterday, which was labeled the hospitality room, we have the back patio off the building for us, as well as just the entry lobby of the hotel. Is where the quiet room space will be today. There's also a business office that we technically don't have reserved in any way. I've just only ever seen GAConf staff printing things in there. So feel free to use that room as well. Now, as you know, we like to chatter. We like to share happenings, what's going on, and all of that is going to be happening in the Discord, just like it was yesterday. Each talk is going to have its own Discord channel, so please try to stay on topic and relevant to the talk being presented in that channel. But of course, we are also people who just love sharing fun things, so we do have off-topic channels as well. So please feel free to share your fashion, your food, and most especially for me personally, your pets. I'm hoping to post a picture of my dogs in there today. We have them boarded while we're here, and normally the boarder sends me pictures. So I'm hoping we're going to check the email and get them, and then I can show pictures of Louise, my cream Shiba, and Penny, my tricolor Aussie Shepherd. Not that any of you care about my dogs, but I deeply do. So I'm making it everyone else's problem. Also today, for everyone in person, we do have the reception immediately following the event today in the same area where you're going to be eating lunch. And if you are someone yesterday that we identified a unique dietary need that wasn't covered by our menu, you should have already had someone talk to you to get your name to make sure that you have labeled food going into lunch today. If you didn't, again, find Max. And he will get you set up with the Archer staff to make sure that you have your food. Um, we do also, again, have the YouTube backup. So if for any reason you're having issues with Zoom, you can catch the rest of the live stream archived on YouTube. But again, we do highly recommend the Zoom webinar due to the capabilities you have to both customize your subtitles as well as how big you want the ASL interpreter to be. So again, we do have the YouTube backup available now, especially if you just missed something and you want to scrub back and rewind, you'll be able to do that. And of course, all of this is possible, as I mentioned yesterday, thanks to our sponsors. So I'm just going to give them another quick thank you this morning as we get into it. We want to thank at the gold level of sponsorship both Sony Interactive Entertainment and Xbox. At silver, we want to thank Riot Games, Descriptive Video Works, the Accessible Games Initiative, which you'll get to hear a little bit about more today, and Amazon Games. And finally, at bronze, Ubisoft, Shell Games, Playtest Cloud, Bungie, Scopely, Electronic Arts, Reed Speaker. See, this is what happens when I'm already thinking of our next talk is from Squeak Cross, and so Squeak Cross, Reed Speaker, like it's It's in the morning. All right. This is not my fault. I'm not a morning person. And then finally, Shara, which is just gamers who care about accessibility, making things happen. So we are going to be kicking off today with another pre-recorded talk, and I hope y'all enjoy. Let's check it out. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome to our talk, 3 Approaches to Accessibility Design in Squeakross Home Squeak Home. Before we dive in, I will introduce ourselves. I am Lucas Lescuyer and the other presenter will be Alexandre Strukov. We're both using he/him pronouns. So we are 2 game developers with each around 15 years of experience in the gaming industry. We worked in various companies from small mobile teams to bigger AAA studio and console productions. In 2020, we founded Alblun. It's our own game studio. And we released 2 games, The Spirit and the Mouse, which is a small third-person adventure game, and Squeakross Home Squeak Home, a puzzle decoration game. And we also love rodents, if it wasn't obvious from our games' names. A quick overview of what we'll cover today. First, we'll do a small summary of what type of game is Squeakross. And then we'll discuss why you should care about accessibility as a developer. And we'll dive into how we approach accessibility implementation for our game. I will wrap it up with some takeaways. Let's start with what is Squeakross. Squeakross is a game where you solve logic puzzles called nonograms. There are logic puzzles where you fill cells to create an image. On the left, you can see a solved puzzle that transforms into a chair, for example. And after finishing that puzzle, you can place it in your rodent's home. Everything you get in-game comes from solving puzzles. So you can get furniture, rooms, costumes. This is the basic loop of Squeakross. Solve puzzles, decorate, and repeat. The puzzles you solved in Squeakross are called nonograms, and they are number-based puzzles. These are old puzzles, and they were popularized in video games by the Picross series since the Game Boy. It was started by the game called Mario's Picross on Game Boy. We love those kind of puzzles, but we often find that they are very lacking in accessibility and not very approachable by beginner players. But you might think, why make a niche puzzle game accessible? Our game has lots of decoration and customization elements. Player who wants to play for those features might not be familiar with the nonogram genre in general or just logic puzzles. We didn't want to make the game too frightening for them, especially since they involve lots of numbers. I've been a nonogram game player for many years now, and the more I played, the more I realized over the years that none of them really had accessibility features and they weren't evolving a lot, gameplay-wise. Whenever I tried to get a friend into nonograms, they always told me the games felt too scary or too hard to learn. I wanted to fix that by making a more inviting experience for beginners. And for us, this also passes through accessibility. We strongly believe that making our game more accessible by design will open the genre to new players. And as you can see from the beginning, this was our intent. This is a screenshot from our very first pitch deck. So, did all our effort to open the genre to new players worked? I would say yes. Here are many reviews from Steam page mentioning and praising the accessibility. It's also very interesting to note that many reviews mention Squeakross was their first nonogram game, or that it was the first one that helped them really understand the gameplay. Now I'm going to pass the mic to Alex to talk about how we designed the game with accessibility in mind from the start.
Thank you. So we've been saying accessibility a lot since the start, and that word has a lot of different meanings depending on the context. So I just wanted to quickly describe what it means for us. And for us, it mainly means making the game as frictionless as possible from the start. And this obviously goes for people with disabilities, but it also applies to all players, basically. We are not approaching it in a way where we make the game and then patch in accessibility with option on top of the game later on. Of course, we still have options that we will add later, but the approach here is to make the game accessible from the start, so it's baked in the game design. And to achieve this, this philosophy, we approach accessibility in 3 ways, and we try to split it in 3 ways for this talk. And the first way we approach accessibility is what we call the low-hanging fruits. That's mainly all the stuff that's really easy to design and think about. Then there is something we call breaking the convention, which require a bit more design effort, and like it says, it's doing the difficult exercise of breaking the convention of your genre for accessibility's sakes. And finally, there is the accessibility through innovation, meaning it's about designing brand new features, and through them we can reach new accessibility potentials that we didn't think about. You can also see those as layers, and I would say like layers, and the deeper you go, the more accessibility you can unlock, but it also means they are harder to implement. So let's start with the low-hanging fruits. This part is all about the surface level stuff that you interact with your game, and all the tiny frustrations that you can usually smooth out, and it can be inspired from daily life struggle. And an example I wanted to share here is something that has had a direct impact in Squeakross from Squeak Home, and it's how I use Google Sheet every day. And almost on a daily basis, there is something I really hate in Google Sheet, is that I struggle always to understand where am I in this table. And it's something that's really relevant to Squeakross or any puzzle game, because usually are interacting with like a big table or a grid. And so for me, this is the same kind of problem we have here. And what I end up doing in my daily life when I work, I usually end up installing a plugin basically that highlight exactly which row or line I'm in. And this is how Squeakross used to look like, and actually this is how many Picross game or nonogram game looks like, even like the industry standard ones, I will say. And with just like a tiny change like this that highlights the current row or column, it makes a world of difference. And even if player will not realize that it helps them, it's something they interact for hundreds of hours, and it really makes the game just overall feel just better to play. Another kind of low-hanging fruit, so like easy win for accessibility, is just making sure that all the interactions the player does in the game have really clear and unique feedbacks. And what's really important is making sure they have both a unique visual feedback and also an audio feedback. The main reason for this is obviously accessibility, once again, because it can help disabled players that cannot rely on one feedback so they can rely on the other. But in the end, it also helps everyone because it just makes the experience clearer. And as a bonus, it also just makes your game, more juicy. So it's another example of something that has been said a lot, which is that good accessibility and good game design are really hard to separate. So one thing that's really important in the nonogram and Picross game is you keep looking and reading these numbers that are the hints. And in most of the game, we found that they're usually very ambiguous and non-colorblind friendly. And the thing is, after playing many years, you get used to this, like us or many other Picross players, but you don't really, you just accept it. But for us, we realize that for many beginner players, this is one of the points that prevents them from really understanding the game. So what we ended up doing is just redesigning all of them, making sure they all have like non-ambiguous visual, using contrast, outlines, and color, even adding new states to make sure everything on the board is clear at all time. We also try to make sure using black and white filters and colorblind filters that they work as much as possible. We'll discuss a bit more about color blindness later. And another little detail that we made is you can in the game activate a little legend, the thing you see on the right, which is like what we call the Squeakross reference. And this is just a simple tool that you can use, and it's been used by beginner players that, while still playing, they're still not sure what hints represent what, or maybe a player that comes back after a long break. And this tiny kind of thing are really helping accessibility in the game because it just makes Squeakross once again more accessible compared to other nonograms, and player really said this to us. Another very low-hanging fruits, again, very easy win is if you think about it for like a few minutes, like player will spend hours, maybe hundreds of hours staring at this screen, which is just a grid with cells, and it can be, and in our game especially, it's a bright art style, so it can be tiring on the eyes, So what we just did is an option to add a night mode. It's a very simple thing to do. It required some works because it means we have to readjust all the in states that we showed before to work with the night mode. But we knew some player would, for example, play on hours on their Steam Deck at night, stuff like this, and this is the kind of stuff that can really strain your eyes. So in the end, we just made this. Sometimes we approach Squeakross more like a software. In many software or even phones, you have night mode because you use them for a long time. And this is another kind of thing that not all players will use, but a lot of players ended up being really grateful for this because it made them less tired and stuff like this. So, and the last one in this part is native input rebinding. This is an obvious one, but it's often forgotten. And something that to me is really important is not just rely on the system-wide input rebinding that Steam or the Nintendo Switch have, for example. Having a proper native input rebinding menu in your game is really superior because it means that you can control and rebind everything, and you can also match all the prompt and glyph, with your art style. So for us, having input rebinding, even in such a simple game as Squeakross, was really important because it meant that player could customize their experience to play with one hand, which is really important. And once again, obviously, it helps player with disabilities, for example, motor disabilities, if they don't have access to, all the buttons or they have special controls. But in the end, it helps all players because I think the majority of players ended up customizing their control because it's a game that you will do the same action for over and over and over. So they end up, for example, adding the undo button on their mouse or just changing the thing. So it's something we think is really important, and way too many games, especially indie games, end up skipping. So these were all the obvious stuff, as we like to call them. There are more obviously, but these were just some of them. And just to recap, it's basically what we could call the surface level annoyance or the easy to fix frustration point. So now let's dive in something a bit more, interesting, which is breaking the conventions. So if you played any nonogram games, usually you will know that they have a time limit, and this is from one of the oldest Picross, which is Mario's Picross on the Game Boy. And usually you have to finish the puzzle within a certain amount of time, or you don't get all the rewards, or it depends on the game, but basically that's how it works. And when we were doing research on many of the digital nonograms on Steam, we realized that just pretty much all of them have a timer. So basically just a convention of the genre, like no one questioned it. Some player, if you look at some of the negative review, you will see some player complaining about it. And as player, we always hated this. So after a while, you start asking, why does this mechanic exist? These are supposed to be relaxing puzzles, so it's really strange to have like such a stressful mechanic as a timer in a game like this. And even worse, in some of these games, when you do a mistake, the game will punish you by, for example, adding more time to your timer or stuff like this. And this part specifically, the penalties, is something most players hate. Like if you look at a bunch of reviews or just if you read player experience on forums, they all hate this, but everyone accepts it because it's just part of the genre. So what we did in Squeakross, and it sounds easy, but when you actually implement it, sometimes it's a bit hard because you have to fight something you are just used to in this genre. We ended up removing all the timers, all the penalties, everything. So you are never punished for anything because we think that solving the puzzle is already hard enough. So why even add, extra penalties, especially in a game that wants to be relaxing and, cozy. So in a way, we broke that convention, removing the timers and the penalties, which was really well welcome for new player because they didn't even knew the time thing was the timers were a thing. But for experienced players, they were a bit destabilized. We knew this from the demo and some beta tests we did before. So what we ended up doing is adding an option in the settings to re-enable the timer, and this applies to actually every time we try to change a convention of the genre or something that players are used to, but we wanted to tweak to make the game more accessible, we ended up adding an option to re-enable this. And this allows the players that are really experienced to reactivate all this stuff so they can play the game in an accessible way, if I can say this. But for the new player, what was really important is that the default experience they get when they play Squeakross is what we wanted to give them, which is an accessible puzzle-solving game. And what's funny in a way, compared to, like in many games, you usually go into the settings to activate a bunch of accessibility options. And what we realize is that in the end, in Squeakross, usually if you go in the settings, it's kind of the reverse. You activate the option to make the game less accessible because you make it closer to the other nanograms. But it was still really important because even though we make the game for new players, we wanted to make sure experienced players could still enjoy it. And so, we didn't want to alienate them. So being able to activate all of this was really important, and they really enjoyed it. So, like we mentioned before, in most nanogram games, when you do a mistake, they will usually punish you. But in Squeakross, we don't. Something we did add, though, is we have non-intrusive feedback when you do some certain type of mistakes. That's something we realize when watching player plays on stream other games, or even when we play, is that a lot of time there are certain type of mistakes that you will make when you play too fast and you change your board and it becomes unsolvable. And this mostly happen when you do like a wrong input or a misclicks. And in Squeakross, when we detect this kind of error, we basically just show a non-intrusive, very gentle feedback to tell the player something is wrong with your board. But it's of course something you can turn off. And this specific, very subtle warning for the player really helped new player to the genre really apprehend, the puzzle more with more ease, because already they have to solve the puzzle, but sometimes when you do a wrong input, it can mess up the puzzle even more. So just by making sure these are, taken care of, they can solve the puzzle more easily. And what's interesting is we would think that most experienced players would turn this off directly, like a lot of them did. But it's fun to see experienced players play on Twitch. We watch them play on stream, and they will play really fast, but by playing really fast, sometimes they will do misclicks, and the game will tell them, and they will almost fix it right away after seeing the mistake, the warning, but they don't even realize that they fixed it because of the warning. And overall, when they play, they say that Squeakross feel much better and like less frustrating than most other nanogram, and we truly believe it's because of stuff like this. And finally, the last example about breaking the convention. Something that in most nanogram games is they are usually a tool to show your mistake. So basically you click on this button and it shows which cells on the board are wrong. And in most of those games, there are usually arbitrary limits to this system. It's either you can only use it once, and for most of the games, as soon as you do any inputs like move the joystick or press a button, all the mistakes gets removed from the screen. This always annoys us as players because it feels that most developers do this because they don't want players to cheat, which for us is completely absurd, because if someone wanted to cheat, you would just go online to see the solution, or you would just do this show mistakes, take a screenshot, and in the end it's the same result. So what we do in Squeakross is that we put no restriction on this show mistake feature. So in the end, players are free to cheat, because one obvious exploit of this is that you can fill the whole grid with random cells, like you can all fill with cheese, do show mistakes, and it will basically show you the solution. But we are totally fine with this. We even encourage some players to use this thing with achievements, and it was actually a great success with beginner or new players, because they are never truly stuck in the game. They can always use the help and the assist to help them, and we just see that most experienced players don't want to use them. And what's fun actually is that we will see that some experienced players asked us to remove some achievements related to help, using the help, because maybe because of players' pride, I don't know, but they didn't want their friend to know that they use help. But of course we refused, because what we wanted Squeakross to be is to be an accessible puzzle game, and using help is part of the gameplay, and it's totally fine. So I think that was interesting. Finally, we will talk about innovation and how we can lead to new accessibility opportunities by creating new features. And for this, I'm going to give the mic back to Luca.
Thanks, Alex. What innovation means is bringing new feature into the game. While not being entirely new, we innovated with a fresh take on the counting tool. Some other games have a counting feature, but we always find it very lacking. In our game, it works like a tape measure. You click and drag on a line, it shows all the number along the way, and it's locked in that line or column. It can be activated automatically as well, so you can see it while filling cells and you don't have to press another extra button. It makes it effortless to use and also relieves the mental load of counting. We really treated it like a core feature, and it's not an optional tool for us. So we can give as many tools as we can to the players, and they can really understand the gameplay and what's going on the grid. It's also really enhanced the readability of the game. And the second feature we developed is called the Logic Assist. It's completely unique to Squeakross. When you activate it, you can select a row or a column, and it will show you all the possible solutions for that line. Players can browse through them and place temporary markings, and it will get applied to the puzzle grid when they exit the Logic Assist mode. The goal of this feature was to allow players to picture the logic behind the hints and learn how to play better. This type of logic puzzles is heavily reliant on visualization, and it can be hard to understand when it's a new concept or just having to keep focus during longer play sessions. Tools like this boost player confidence, and they let them know they are not alone against the puzzle. They can never be truly 100% stuck with this kind of tools. As we said, it's a unique feature to our game, and as far as we know, we're the only nonogram games doing this. We knew from the start that only a very small percentage of the players would use it, and we're fine with it. Even though we knew not everyone would use it, we iterated on it and pushed it to the same level of quality as the rest of the game. Like all the other help features in the game, it has no restriction and you can use it as many times as you want. In the end, we made both of these features to help beginner players, but we realized afterward that it also helped players with disabilities like dyscalculia. We were not aware of that disability, but we were pleased to know that creating these features ended up helping even more players than what we thought it would. This is just one player reaction where he says, "Thank you so much for the game, I can finally enjoy Picross while having dyscalculia." This is just one player reaction, but a couple of reviews and people on our Discord also mentioned the game being very fun to enjoy despite their dyscalculia, compared to other nonogram games. And also please enjoy the cute rat pics. Obviously, we're not perfect, and we still have many things we can do to improve. And I'm just going to show you a non-exhaustive list. But for example, we are lacking a true colorblind mode. We would like to rely even less on colors for the hint numbers. We want to add the zoom support to make larger puzzles even more readable on smaller screens and allow us to make bigger puzzle grids. We also want to add touch controls for Switch and Steam Deck. And we're still working on those 2 points. It's kind of hard to implement as well. We tried many other puzzle games, but so far we haven't seen any of them implementing it in a way that we truly find accessible and effortless to use. And during production, we worked with Game Accessibility Hub. They're a game accessibility consultant, and they provided us with a great detailed report with playtests from various disabled players. While we tried to address as much as the feedback as we could, there are still areas for improvements. They were great to work with, and I heavily suggest getting in touch with them. Some of the feedback can be eye-opening, and it will improve your game and make it better for everyone. Now let's wrap it up with some takeaways. The first one is designing with accessibility in mind as early as possible will only make the game better. Don't treat accessibility like a patch on top of your game. Think about it from the start. Challenge convention of your game's genre. It can lead to innovation and more accessibility. Ask yourself questions. Why is it designed like this? Is it really necessary? Can I break that rule? What can I do to improve and make it more approachable for newer players to this type of game? Common players' frustration can often hide accessibility or game design problems. One good way to find these is to gather negative reviews from players of similar games, and you can try to extract the more common frustration. You will be surprised at how often it is tied to accessibility problems. And last one, get in touch with accessibility consultants. They know best how to handle the subject, and they will help you get a completely different perspective on your game and guide you through this journey. That was it from us. Thank you everyone for joining our talk, and if you have any question, you can find us on Blue Sky or send us an email. Get in touch. Thank you.
You know, one of the things I loved about that talk, and not just the adorable mouse character throughout it, um, was really the breaking down and thinking of the designs. Like, obviously, the talk opened up with things that we've heard about before, how you can grab some of these low hanging fruit, these easy wins, and how these tiny changes can make a world of difference in your game. Like, we know that, but I loved how they were highlighting this was the design and here's what we were able to build from it. I actually really like that Kylie in the Discord specifically said, it's interesting how many features are able to be given accessibility when you are breaking down the game design. But then you can also take that and kind of reverse engineer some amazing innovations by doing that as well. And, there was the repeated theme of, accessible design is just good design. And I think really the quote that was at the end of just, when you are addressing player complaints or you're getting a lot of complaints about something, like there's probably an accessibility issue there that you are tackling. And so when you're fixing it, you're improving the design. It's good design. That complaint goes away, right? So absolutely fantastic. Things that they did not say in the talk that I wanted to highlight that they posted in the Discord. There is a free demo of this available if you want to check it out. And then if you want to buy it, it's actually on sale for 10% off right now. So they didn't plug their game to sell it like that, but I will. So if you're interested, get the demo, check it out. And yeah, it's on sale. And with that, we have wrapped up our first talk this morning. We will take a 10-minute break, and then we will be back with a awesome panel by like some of my favorite old coworkers. It's great. So see you in a few. Hello and welcome back. Quietly whispering so I don't blow out the eardrums of folks online. All right, welcome back, everyone. So I'm in love with everyone on this next panel. So it's absolutely true. Anna is over here laughing, but it is true. So I deeply loved my time working at Xbox, and a lot of it was the people I was working with across the company and the accessibility champs who were at the various studios working to make an accessibility a core part of the culture and truly integrated into design and everything else as a company. And what's great about this panel is it has people from across studios at Xbox in different roles who have all been tireless champions in making this push. So it's honestly just really cool to see all of these folks together, because when I was working at Xbox, I worked with them all independently. So to get to watch them all interact with each other on a panel was just something special for me. And I'm glad that you all get to be a part of it now. So let's check out this fantastic panel. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Anna Weismeyer, and my pronouns are she, her. And I'm a senior product manager on the Gaming for Everyone team at Xbox. And I'm really excited today to be joined by a wonderful panel of developers that you see right here to talk about what developer teams can do to help expand both the culture and the integration of accessible design into the way that your teams think about games and game development. So without further ado, let's go ahead and meet this panel. Apurva, would you like to introduce yourself real fast?
Sure. I'm Apurva Raman. I'm on the Minecraft education development team, specifically within Mojang Studios. I'm a software engineer, and I use she, her, and they, them pronouns.
Awesome. Thank you. DJ, why don't you go next?
I am DJ Steiner, Senior PM in the Platform Partnership Program within Mojang. I am the accessibility champ for the studio and help coordinate, facilitate any questions that folks might have and evangelize accessibility across the studio. And I use the he, they pronouns.
Awesome. Thank you, DJ. Kevin.
Hi, I'm Kevin Johnson. I'm the Director of Development at Double Fine, and I use he, him pronouns.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kevin. And Stefan.
Hi, I'm Stefan Damberg. I'm a lead gameplay programmer at Compulsion Games. I'm also one of our local accessibility champs. So as such, I'm very interested in accessibility and I use he, him pronouns.
Welcome to everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. So we're gonna dive right in to see to make sure we get as much time as possible with these questions. So my first question for all of you today is about resources. So what resources are available to set targets for accessibility? And do you have any tips on making sure that you're able to hit those targets throughout development? Stefan, why don't we start with you?
Yes, happy to kick this off. I think like one of the most valuable resources we had in our development for our last game, Source of Midnight, was the Inclusive Design Workshop. We did it once and it carried us all throughout the project. Just a very nice platform to get people in the team engaged with the topic accessibility. Also, I think a really strong point is just meeting people that like need those kind of accessibility affordances and really put a face to the abstract concept. Like, suddenly low vision is not just a checkbox you tick off, but oh, this is this person that needs to play our game. And suddenly there's much more motivation behind it. It becomes much more real. And yeah, like if I can share like a little bit of a success story for the like inclusive design workshop, like in our last workshop, we had like at the very beginning of the project, like one of the ideas was what we then called the golden path, which then I was really excited about, and I will neither confirm nor deny if I went a little bit rogue and made a little proof of concept prototype. And then it became, in the end, a helper strand, which is now like a really like one of our core accessibility features in Source of Midnight. You can learn more about this in our other talk about weaving accessibility into the game. But it's really those like small ideas that really like inspire the team, that help them like see the possibilities, and then help them move forward and like get excited about accessibility in your game. We are currently prepping for the next inclusive design workshop, and we are planning to do more throughout our upcoming project to really keep the team aligned with the idea and the goals of what accessibility can be.
It's awesome. I love hearing about that. And I did want to mention, just for the audience for this panel today, while the workshop that Stefan was referencing is obviously an internal one, we do have an external resource for folks to actually be able to do these kinds of workshops for their own studios. It's called the Game Accessibility Workshop Toolkit. And I'm sure we'll find a way to work with the Game Accessibility Conference folks to share links to that if folks are interested in trying to put on one of their own workshops for their own studios. Thank you so much. So Kevin, what are your thoughts on resources and setting targets?
Yeah, so coming off of an IDW, one of the sorry, excuse me. One of the things we use are definitely the essentials, the accessibility essentials. It's a set of guidelines on different facets of the game, and they set really concrete things like font size that you should use and contrast that needs to happen, and I find it helps. It gives us a holistic view of how accessible our game is, and it kind of also provides that checkbox, checklist that the team can go down as we look across the whole game to make sure that we have just these very concrete things that we can say, okay, yep, we did that, and it's good, and we know that if we hit all of those, that we are providing a generally accessible experience. We use that as a baseline for what we want to do in all our games.
I love that. That's great. Yeah. And actually, what do you guys think in terms of trying to make sure you hit those targets? I actually forgot to follow up with you, Stefan, too. I think you mentioned it a little bit, but like, how do you guys check in throughout development? Or what are some tips to be able to check in and make sure that you're hitting those targets?
I think a good strategy is to like make this really like part of your review process, like really have check-in points, really like define a goal and then also test against. It's just like you would test with every other aspect of your game, be it performance, being just the fun, like is it accessible, should be a question that is part of your review process. And because it is not something that just happens in the end, you don't just like add a feature in the end and then your game is suddenly accessible. It is something that needs to be iterated on constantly, and it has to be like thought of from the beginning and has to make it all the way through the end. And so regular check-ins, like make it part of your review process, have those kind of questions in whatever questionnaire you have, and really check against it and make sure you check in on it.
Yeah, I echo what Stefan is saying. Like the key performance indicator. What is your goal? Like what is the promise, the player promise there? And working with leadership and working with your studios to across the studio or your development team to set one of those goals of like one feature shipped each year or one feature improved each year. It's different for a new game in development versus a game that's out in the shipped already and is in live ops or a supported development area. And so if you have that one or two that you're going to hit or these features you're going to hit, as Stefan said, that's a promise that you're going to have to support and iterate on throughout the life cycle of the product. And that could be improving on it after it ships. That could be shipping a new one each quarter or year, and then using user research to help you understand like what the reception is on where the problem space is or what players are asking for.
I love that. Yeah. And if folks, just to kind of mention some resources here too, are interested, Kevin, I think you mentioned something like essentials or having these kinds of core targets that you might want. The Xbox accessibility guidelines are also publicly available. There's a lot of content in there, but that's a great starting point for potentially creating your own set of like essentials or core targets for your studio. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to cover every single thing in those Xbox accessibility guidelines. There's a lot of great stuff in there. And we know it's hard for studios to hit all of those. But go through them as a studio, figure out like how to define success for yourself in accessibility and see which of those you can bring into and create your own set of core standards or essentials for your studio and what that means for you. So just want to make a plug for those two. There's lots of other guidelines out there as well. Sounds are the ones we're most familiar with. Awesome. All right. Well, let's go ahead and move on to question 2, but feel free to refer back to this or continue building on this these responses throughout the panel. So question number 2 here. So what are the benefits of different team structures for ensuring that everybody on a game is designing with accessibility in mind? So something I think all three of you actually have mentioned for that first question is the idea of like really weaving it, which I love, weaving the strand in South of Midnight, right? But weaving it into your development processes. So, for example, does it help to have like a dedicated accessibility individual or a team? A couple of, I think all of you actually have mentioned again, accessibility camps, things like that. What are some tips you might have for studios trying to get a foothold in here and starting to think about this? Apoorva.
Yeah, I think the answer to this question is, as these things tend to be, sort of a mix of everything. Obviously, the more investment that you have in accessibility, the more accessibility you will be able to do, right? And I think within the Xbox studios, we're really lucky to have a lot of really like dedicated accessibility experts that developers like me can leverage as accessibility champs within studios. And on Minecraft Education specifically, we're really lucky to have people in every product discipline, right, who are really, and in every part of development, who are really, interested in and passionate about accessibility. And I think that type of thing is contagious, right? If you are advocating for accessibility, and especially something that I've found is sharing my own like personal experience with disability and with the impact that game accessibility has on me, not only on my ability to play and enjoy, but my ability to test and play the thing that I work on, right? That's a really powerful story. And I think there is sort of like arguments to be made from, sort of top-down pushes and resourcing for accessibility and sort of the bottom up going rogue and prototyping as Stefan was mentioning earlier. And the answer is like it works really well when you have all of the pieces in place. You have people who have the time and resources and brain space to really dive deep into accessibility as a core part of their role. And then the rest of the studio sort of taking that and running with it, right? And that passion and knowledge sort of being shared and growing over time in the whole organization. And I think that's the way that I think you get really sustained prioritization of accessibility and real success.
I love that. Thank you. That's awesome. Stefan, any thoughts on this one?
Yes, I can echo a lot of what Apoorva said. Like, I talked to a lot of different Xbox studios in preparation for our new project because I also wanted to find out, hey, how does this work best? And there's something to be said for like a distributed team where like everybody is empowered to care about accessibility. Because I think ultimately it leads to better results. If people think about accessibility as part of their particular discipline, no matter where they are in the project, that just helps to produce more insightful results that actually help and that actually can push the boundaries a bit and not just check off a list. But it comes at the downside of like educating everyone on what is needed is hard. Like aligning everyone on what is needed is hard. And if you leave this topic to everyone, that also means everybody is at some point at the point where they have to make a call. Hey, can I put my time into this accessibility feature, or I have to do this other thing that the director really, really wants? And that's a tough call to make. And that is just the reality of making games. Versus on the other hand, if you have a dedicated team, that brings a bit more accountability. It brings a bit more structure. It actually provides a team that can actually build up the knowledge base and like dive into all the resources and like make a coherent strategy. But it comes at the cost of like the team can get complacent and just fall into a rhythm of, oh, it's somebody else's job to take care of this. Somebody else will fix this in the end. I'm just doing like my little thing, and then somebody else can come in to make it accessible. And that is just usually not how good accessibility is made. It's usually not added at the end. It is like thought about from the beginning. And between those two, which is the best one? That depends on your studio, that depends on your culture, that depends on where you are in the project. I don't think there's a perfect answer that works for everyone. That is more something you have to figure out what works inside your studio.
Yeah, I love that. Kevin, do you have any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of go off of that, I think, it is going to be dependent on how your studio works, but I think the key thing, and it's been stressed, is to make sure that however you're doing it, that there is that accountability. So if it is an individual or if it is a team, what are they measuring against, and how are you expecting to see that manifesting in the current title, the next one, that roadmap? And so on some level, there's got to be buy-in at a higher level in the studio so that that roadmap can be created, that you are then holding those people against, because then otherwise you'll get a kind of a spark and a flare out, right? Like it's all gonna be really awesome for that one moment where we're all thinking about it, and then we stop thinking about it and it kind of fades away into the background. So, regardless of what it looks like kind of on the project level, there also needs to be that buy-in at studio leadership level to make sure that whoever is being made responsible actually also has the accountability.
Yeah, I love that. I love, hearing there's not a one size fits all, right? Like maybe explore as a studio, somebody in the audience trying to think about this, trying to figure this out for your own studio, like exploring different options, think about how your team works, what might be a really good fit for that. It probably also depends on studio size, right? It's going to be hard for a smaller studio to actually have a whole dedicated team just to accessibility. So how can that be something that's just integrated into everybody's roles, which I really love. I love this idea of like, you need that bottom-up passion, that understanding folks who are living and breathing the game day in and day out, being able to think about accessibility, but then they also need that top-down support of like, hey, if I'm spending time on this, if I'm weaving this into what I'm working on right now, that's going to be supported and celebrated in something that I can eventually like make good on, right? So I love this balance across this. This is awesome. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next question, question number 3. So this one's about any tips or recommended activities that you would, share with folks here, the audience, that would help keep everybody educated, right? So we talked about being able to integrate it for everybody across the studio to have some sense of accessibility, what that means, how they advocate for it. What's the way of keeping everybody educated on what those best practices are for game accessibility, or empowering them to be able to bring this up during development? Kevin, let's start with you.
All right. Well, for us, I think we have a Slack channel dedicated to it, DF accessibility, And, as we learn things through the user research and the accessibility group here, as people find certain things or, whatever they come across, it all goes there. And the point is to keep the conversation going all the time. It's right there alongside any other studio-wide Slack channel that we have. So it's not meant to be off in its corner as a thing. It's just a thing that we talk about in the course of what we do, along with anything else we might be talking about. And that works really well for us, where we kind of live on Slack at Double Fine. So it's what works best for us.
That's great. Yeah. So having like a dedicated communication channel, something that everybody can see, be part of, and be involved in. Apurva, do you have any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I found to be really effective. And I think it's about sort of what others have said about accessibility needing to be iterated on at every step of the process. If you are, advocating for accessibility and trying to keep others educated, one of the ways that I found that's pretty late in the process that I think can be really impactful beyond just the moment is in playtesting. If you're playtesting something, it doesn't need to be an accessibility playtest for you to give accessibility feedback. And having those conversations about like, hey, here's something that I found difficult. And I think it ties to sort of the value of prototyping something too as an accessibility feature, is it makes it real around the kinds of things where people might not be able to concretely understand why an accessibility feature is so important until seeing how it affects the experience. And often accessibility things are general usability gains too. And being able to say, this helps all our players in this way. And, we're able to reach players we weren't able to reach before. That kind of thing can build a lot of momentum. And I think in general, things like, your developer learning talks that you might have internally, or design and code reviews, like every piece of that, the more that you can sort of drum the accessibility drumbeat, right? Naturally, everyone's knowledge will grow. And I think it's all often like a really great moment for me when I'm working with someone new or in a new team or doing something with a different group of people, where I start talking about accessibility. And then, a few months later, I don't even have to be the one to say it, right? Someone else will start saying that thing way before I do. And that's the moment, right, where you start to build that core set of knowledge across the team in a way that makes it much more likely that you're going to catch things and think about things at earlier and earlier in the process.
Yeah, I love that. That's great. You offered up a bunch of different ideas there, but I love this idea too, that like just because something isn't specifically an accessibility targeted activity that you might be doing for your game doesn't mean that accessibility is part of it. So I love that. Like, okay, what are potentially some moments that you already have built in for your game? Like, if you're working with a contract and different milestones, things like that, how can you build accessibility into those, right? So love that idea. I love those moments and create those education moments for folks. DJ, do you have some additional thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think that leaning 100% on what was said before, like there's and bringing up the user research again, there's surveys around what players are asking for, and uh, data has shown that they're not always aware that something's an accessibility feature. And when we see that feature request or prioritization come in the vote count, oh, interesting. And you find that it's not something that is top of mind for everybody, but there's also a way to frame it for, what games have you shipped in the past? What accessibility features were in that game and how did the players receive them? And ask teams that early on when they're going for that next thing that they're doing. Workshops, open office hours, learning sessions of what other games are doing, and bring those into that cohort and talk about them. It might not be the right feature for your game, but maybe it's something to start talking about how you can do something different in that space.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. It reminds me too about some one time I was talking to some players and they did talk about like how they don't have any accessibility needs, but they need to turn on subtitles because sometimes they have trouble hearing things. And I was like, so you do actually have it's about identity, right? That idea, like they didn't identify as having a disability and therefore they didn't identify as having accessibility needs. But that, accessibility is so much broader than, right, that specificity there. It's about making sure that folks can, adjust and customize the experience to what's going to work best for them, right? Wherever that might be. So yeah, I love that. Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and get to our closing questions, and our last question, and hoping we'll be able to squeeze in time for everybody to respond to this one. But yeah, so just closing out here, what is, we've got this wonderful audience at the Game Accessibility Conference. Shout out to all of those folks watching right now, in the future, right now. But if we were able to tell them one thing right now, what is your number one tip to other developers who are working on this, trying to get accessibility and accessible design into their studio, their product team, or maybe they're students and they're trying to figure out what could I do when I do get a job or when I do join a place that would start to further accessible design and what that means. So yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and start with Stefan. It's been a little while since you heard from me.
I think my number one tip is lead with empathy, make it about humans. In the whole discussion about accessibility, like easy to get lost in a concept. And there's a time and place for the cold head numbers and looking at statistics and looking which features used the most and by whom. And that is all a valuable discussion. But in the end, I always come back to it's about humans. It's about I'm making games because I want people to play the games I make. I want to reach them. I want to touch them. And some people will have a harder time with some of the things I make than others. And sometimes there are easy steps I can take to make them enjoy the game that I'm making. And ultimately, that's what I'm here for. And that's what I want to achieve. So if you want to take one thing away from me, like think about the people you're trying to reach and don't make it about abstract numbers, make it about people and try to reach as many people as you can with like the resources that you have available to you.
I love that. That's great. Apurva.
Yeah, I think sort of the other side of this is that especially like I came out of college and I knew that I wanted to make games and I knew I wanted to make games more accessible too. And that's sort of an interesting place to be starting, right? But I knew that that's what I wanted to do. And it was a bit of a winding path to get there, both get into working on games specifically and getting to be an accessibility champ. And I knew that while I had personal experience and I had talked to a lot of really great folks in the industry and had attended GAConf in college and everything too. Like this was a great resource. I knew that like it was going to be a sort of a long journey and that I would never there would never be a point in which I could stop learning, right? There will always be more things to learn from in terms of both accessibility strategies and like knowledge about the how to design and build for people with disabilities. And thinking about the importance of co-design and really spending time with people who might. I think one of the biggest things is like I kind of knew from the outset that people with very different disabilities from mine would have very different experiences. But the same is true for people who go through life with a lot of the same challenges that I do, right? For whom games offer the same somewhat like obstacles. The way that they might choose to deal with that and their preferred ways of games sort of removing those obstacles for them might be totally different from mine. And so I think the more time that I spend like in that learning space, the better. And it can be kind of exhausting doing this kind of advocacy push, especially when you learn so much about what could be done, and then you can achieve like a tiny fraction of it. But that tiny fraction can be really rewarding, and making sure that you sort of take care of yourself, that you work on whatever you work on pretty sustainably, that like maximizes the impact that you can have for yourself and for others. And so I think maintaining that balance, which feels like it's a bit of a theme of this conversation, is really important.
Oh, I love that. That's great. Yeah. And I know, actually here at GAConf, right, we've heard talks about the burnout and the exhaustion. So taking care of yourself is really important as well, right? Keeping up that energy. Kevin, any last?
Yeah, I'd say if one thing to take away is to remember to just emphasize that accessible design is just good design. And the ways we think about implementing certain things, a lot of the times it only takes minor tweaks up front in order to make what you're doing far more accessible than you realize it could be. And so just keeping that in mind in basically every aspect of what you're doing, that incorporating accessibility just makes everything that you're doing better, and keeping that as a core tenet of everyone's mentality as they build the game.
Awesome. Thank you. And DJ, closing us out.
Games have been out for a long time. We now have multiple generations gaming. Children have mobility issues. They can't do some of the things that some games ask them to do because their hands aren't developed yet enough to do it. And older generations are losing the mobility they once had. And much like us bringing games to be more accessible, it's a journey, it's not a destination, even in our own accessibility needs. There's rarely a one solution fits all. Just trying to make something better, because everybody is different. We have early game development thinking about the design first principle, because it's only going to be harder for you down the road after your game is out the door. And I think as I look in this call, we have at least 3 of us who are wearing an accessible device. These are an example of just where we need accessibility in our day-to-day.
Yeah, I love that. That was beautiful. Thank you. Well, thank you all for taking your time this morning to record this panel. I hope everybody in the GA conference audience right now watching this enjoyed this. And yeah, thanks everybody. And we'll hopefully talk again soon, maybe in person in GAConf. We'll see. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank
Everyone.
you.
So like I was saying, it was a star-studded panel with some of my favorite people. There was so many things in that talk, but I absolutely loved. And one that I wanted to go into a little bit more that Anna had briefly touched on was you've been able to hear people at Xbox talk about the essentials. And obviously the ZAGs, the Xbox Accessibility Guidelines exist. And I really wanted to make sure you caught what Anna said, why do both exist? Why are they both there? The ZAGs covers everything you could ever do, right? There's so much. But one of the things that we've really had reiterated over the past few days is we know you're not going to be able to do everything. You know you have to start somewhere. And so what the essentials had been within Xbox is that starting place, a place for people to start. You can take the Xbox accessibility guidelines and maybe you don't have your own Anna to help tell you where to start, right? And so you're just overwhelmed. Working with accessibility people can help break down something like the ZAGs or the Xbox accessibility or the game accessibility guidelines into something more digestible, something more actionable for you to set your initial target and then keep building up and doing more and more. Don't look at these publicly available resources and get overwhelmed. Pick where you want to put your line in the sand to start your first goal. Again, you can't do everything at once, but looking at these lists can help give you an idea of where to start. I also really loved so much of what these panelists were talking about yesterday were really reinforcing things that Morgan said in her talk yesterday, which is great because they hadn't seen each other's talks. They didn't know. But there was a lot of you need to update the program, your approach to your studio, to your project. You need to make sure that it's working within the culture of how you're already operating. Which I thought was absolutely fantastic, that this is a message that we heard not only yesterday, but today. And, you know, one of the other things that I really loved was kind of specifically Apurva's closing thoughts of there will always be more to learn. I love that, but I wanted to call back to something else she said before that, which was basically like, there's not a better feeling in the world when someone else brings up accessibility. You know, just recently at my job, there was a meeting where people said accessibility 3 times and they joked like if I was going to show up like Beetlejuice. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so excited. You did, I felt something. I thought I should be there. But there is nothing better than like being like, oh my God, I didn't have to be there. That's when you're building that village because now other people are thinking about accessibility. And you know, one of the other things that I just wanted to add on was, let's see, I think it was maybe it was DJ was talking about some of the things people didn't know were accessibility, and you know that is really true. And actually, it's something that I wanted to call out that a lot of people don't know is like who has a smartphone with a touchscreen in the room? I have one. Okay, you all have accessibility. So for those who don't know. Back when the first smartphones still had keyboards, there was a guy who had some pretty serious arthritis, and he was like, this is not working for me. This tiny ass keyboard is not working with my arthritic fingers. So he founded a company where he was working on touch-based multi-inputs, and that was what he started doing specifically to address his physical accessibility needs. His company got bought by Apple, and that technology was the first touchscreen in iPhones. So literally, like everyone talks about the curb cut example. Like, what about the smartphone example, right? All of us have benefited from that man trying to solve his unique accessibility needs due to his arthritis, right? So, you know, maybe in gaming, we're not going to invent the next smartphone, but I bet we can do something pretty damn cool. All right, so let's keep that in mind. With that, we have rounded out our morning. We're going to be taking a little bit of a longer break so you can get up, stretch your legs, get a snack, and I will see you back here at 10:50. Thank you. Hello, gentle ASMR whispers, so I don't scare people online. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a fantastic break. So coming into our next talk, we have heard a lot about testing with players with disabilities, making sure that disabled players are part of your processes. And we're incredibly lucky to have Joe here with this next talk, about how user research excludes people with disabilities, but more importantly, how to fix it. Joe, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Great. So my name is Joseph Kulik, and just to provide a little bit of background on myself, I have a PhD in human-computer interaction focused on game accessibility. I also have a background in psychology and neuropsychology as well. I'm currently working as a senior user research and accessibility lead at Playtest Cloud. Previously, I was accessibility program manager at Splash Damage, which is a studio in the UK. And prior to that, also, I was working as a user researcher at Player Research. Throughout this, I've worked on many, many different titles with many different clients and partners, working with lots of different research methodologies. And I also have my own lived experience of like neurodiversity and disability as well. So in terms of kind of why I work in game accessibility, I often get asked this question, and I have many, many different motivations for this, but I think one of them that I think is like maybe the earliest rooting in this when I reflect on my life is this idea that I actually was exposed to games in the first instance when I was exposed to games was actually in a children's hospital. And I didn't have a long-term condition at the time. I had an appendicitis, and I was on this children's ward. And the thing that actually got me through that experience was playing Sonic the Hedgehog. You'll see an N64 pictured here, but it was on the Sega Mega Drive at the time. I couldn't find a screenshot of a cart with a Mega Drive. But the reason I was able to engage with that in that hospital context was because this software was accessible to me. I was able to move out of my bed in the hospital, I was go and get the cart, I was able to pull it over to where I needed to play. And that actually, obviously at the time as a child, it got me through that experience. It enabled me to, have this leisure experience, but in the longer term as well, it professionally developed into a career and had all these other kind of cascading consequences on my life. And I think this emphasizes to me what the importance of accessibility is, because in that context, it wasn't the case that all the other children in that environment were able to engage with the Sega Mega Drive. They weren't all able to get up and pull the cart over to their bed when they wanted to play it. They weren't able to necessarily engage with the controller if they only had use of one arm, etc., etc. But I think that's just a core motivation early on in my kind of childhood. In terms of our talk today, I'll be talking through the kind of, just for some context, the function and value of user research, because I'm aware this is a broad game accessibility focused conference, and not all of you are user researchers. And I'll be establishing what the problem is around that as I see it, is that user research is essential to making successful games. However, it routinely excludes people with disabilities. I'll be talking about how this exclusion happens in the user research process, and I'll be talking about what we can do about it and some first steps that can help us move forward towards improving our processes. So just in terms of understanding what user research are, if you're not a user researcher yourself, it might be useful to have some context. Games user research provides the player-centered feedback loop in game development. It serves as the voice of the player and helps developers understand the player experience. So it's understanding how players are perceiving and experiencing the game and feeding that back into the development studio with the view to help iterate and improve the game as it approaches its launch and releases. And with this is this idea of design, test, iterate. It serves as this kind of loop throughout the development lifecycle where you're improving this experience. As we can kind of understand design essentially to be a hypothesis or an idea of how a player will experience a game, user research enables us to test those ideas and ensure that players are experiencing the games in the way that we envisage them to be. And user research aims to do that usually throughout the full development life cycle. So it's not just at the point where we reach the end of game development. User research today in more mature studios is integrated from very early conceptual stages all the way through to the end of development. And just a little story around that. Like I first recognized the value of playtesting when I was very young, actually, and I used to make these maps in games like Time Splitters. And I would actually test them with my family. So I didn't call it playtesting or games user research at the time when I was 9 years old, obviously. But I saw the impact of misalignment between vision and experience, as well as the value of iterating forward. Like I would make these maps in time splitters, and they would have this intention that, the player would go into the room, search, discover a key card, open the door, fight some monkeys, progress forward comfortably. And then the reality is that my sister would be confused for 15 minutes, finally find the key card, get ambushed by far too many monkeys, and just have a generally terrible time in this level that I'd built. And as I mentioned, that this user research process occurs across the life cycle in game development, from pre-production, production, all the way through to post-launch. And if you work in user research, it tends to be the case you have these kind of areas of development that are being assessed. So these would be kind of things like usability, enjoyment, retention, and appeal. And really, this idea of this UX hierarchy or funnel that players need to go through in order to kind of get to the point where they're having this intended player experience in the game. So as you might imagine, in order to get to the point where the player is kind of retained and actively playing the game regularly, then they first need to find the game appealing, then it needs to be usable, then it needs to actually be enjoyable and appreciable, and then they actually need to want to come back to it. They need to be thinking about it routinely. And these processes, by default, don't necessarily discuss accessibility. But what I want to emphasize here is we already have a player-focused feedback mechanism that iteratively improves the quality of games throughout the life cycle. And if you look at most big studios, they will have user research as a function there. And this is serving as the kind of voice of the player experience. But I'm going to argue that by default, without consideration, these processes exclude people with disabilities. So in terms of integrating accessibility into this idea of a UX hierarchy, I mean, there's lots of ways you can do it. I think one of the things here, I think, is the idea that actually every experience that we've had that's positive, so if you can think of any game that you've played or any experience in life that you've had, it might be a video game or it might be a roller coaster. The reason that you've been able to have that experience is because you've been able to pass through that element of UX hierarchy. It's been accessible to you and you've been able to pass that check. So accessibility is always there, whether you visually recognize it as part of your process, as part of the experience or not, it's always there. And it's always the reason why people are able to have good experiences with your game. And the more you recognize it and integrate it as part of your process, then the more we can kind of ensure that more players are able to get through that barrier. In terms of user research, I think it's worth talking a little bit about the kind of origins of user research as a discipline and why things may not have been constructed in the way that are with players with disabilities in mind, effectively. So when we talk about the origins of user research, we often cite Carol Cantor, who is like a market researcher from the 1970s. And she is often cited as being one of the first people to really observe people playing games. I will admit, I don't know much about Carol Cantor's work. It was far before my time. But the images and kind of interviews you see around that are the idea that they were observing people playing Atari's games in arcades. And the screenshot you always see is that someone has stood up in an arcade playing a game, which is a very physical process. So just from early inception of user research as a discipline, you can imagine how it might have excluded people with disabilities from participation. And then when you've seen how this has been kind of extended at scale across the industry, this is a screenshot from Ubisoft Toronto's playtesting lab. And it's much more effective in terms of getting a large number of players in, but it still has a very prescriptive way in which players will engage with these games. Like every booth in a playtesting lab tends to offer a very similar configuration, a very similar setup, a very similar chair and desk and environment in which people can play. And all these players must go through this physical space in which to get to this play environment first as well. But when we consider players with disabilities, they might be considering various additional questions that these user research labs aren't inherently set up for. So this might be, do they have the equipment I use at home? Will my wheelchair fit into the desk? Can I play in the position I usually do? I'm anxious and I don't want to play with other people. Will I be able to play alone? Am I likely to catch an infection because the disability is sometimes comorbid with other conditions as well? Will they be able to provide accessible communication? Will the screen or room be too bright? Do they have an accessible toilet? Can my wheelchair get into the elevator? And these are just examples. You could sit there and think of like hundreds of different examples where inaccessibility might occur in this kind of user research, this physical user research process. And in addition to that, we also have to talk about the journey that players make to the playtesting environment. So there's a lot of potential barriers that occur in the playtesting environment itself, but then also players obviously traveling from their homes to this playtest in the lab. And with that, they might encounter various other barriers here. Obviously, the space here is massive and extremely varied. So I only have some examples on these slides of the type of inaccessibility they might encounter, but these can be extremely varied as well. And what these all contribute to is just a process that takes more effort for someone with disabilities to navigate. Like it might be the case that inaccessible pavements are something that someone can work their way around, but it takes more effort for that person to get to your lab than it would someone else. And the additional factor as well is that, even if we talk about kind of the physical inaccessibility, that the navigation and the lab itself, then actually what's happening a lot of the time is that the screening processes that user researchers use are excluding people with disabilities too. Like to get into a playtest, you might be testing, the latest shooting game, and the requirements for the screening into that playtest might be that you've played shooting games for the last 5 years. You actively engage in playing first-person shooters and games like that. But that's not going to be a feasible recruitment criteria for someone to pass through if those games have been inaccessible to them. So it's often the case that by default in our processes, we're inadvertently excluding people with disabilities from participating in these user research studies. And then on top of that, too, we also have kind of issues around explicit and implicit discrimination. So obviously, all of this before was talking more about the kind of explicit characteristics of our process, but then more so when we're interfacing with researchers and staff that are inexperienced in working with people with disabilities, this can lead to things like biases in interpretation, such as when you're interpreting user research findings, blaming the disability rather than design. And that might be as simple or seemingly innocuous as saying, the player experienced this because they had this disability or something like that. Rather than blaming the game, rather than framing issues around that, you're presenting it as if the issue itself is rooted in the disability. But it can also be more explicit where it's like dismissing of findings. We're saying, oh, well, this player is a statistical outlier. They actually played the game at a rate that was twice as slow or took twice as long as the rest of the players, and therefore we're going to explicitly exclude that data. And that might not be intentionally on the idea that that person has a disability, but that might be the reality of how the data is kind of being processed there. And then you sometimes also experience more direct discrimination or unpleasant language and things like that that can make participants distrust user research, the staff, and the process there as well. And even if you navigate all these other barriers, it can be the case that they are less likely to be honest about their experience if they are made to feel in a way that they can't trust you. So that's a kind of a collection of different issues that by default, without explicit consideration, I think we often experience within the user research processes. I'm now going to talk about kind of how we can start to include more people in user research and kind of push back against some of those concerns. So one of the first things, and I talked about the idea of kind of people being excluded through the screening process. So one of the most important things then is actually to consider that screening process and consider how we can ensure people with disabilities are actually making it through into our user studies. So in order to get feedback from people with disabilities, we need to actively engage with communities of people with disabilities. And that can be things like working with charities and organizations that have disability player panels. It can be working with playtesting partners that can bridge that gap for you if it's not something you're doing yourself. Or it can be, if you're running your own player panels, to start considering that as part of your participation. Start asking players if they have any accommodations to take part in user studies, etc. And then considering not only kind of making those accommodations to get into the playtest, but as part of the screening, if someone is using different, has different access needs, and the games you're targeting and such might not be accessible, then you maybe are changing or reducing the requirements there as well. Another factor is this idea of equitable pay. Like we talked about the various issues that someone might have in getting into a playtest environment, in getting to the lab, in being able to kind of take part in your research. And what that really comes down to is it takes additional time and effort. It has a greater emotional, mental, and the physical labor associated with attending if you are someone with disabilities as compared to the rest of the cohort. And that might materially mean that you can actually do less stuff in your day. And if you're thinking about it in terms of productivity, that means that person, you're taking more time away from that person. You're taking more potential opportunity to earn money from that person as well. And therefore, the only sensible resolution to that is to pay people with disabilities a greater amount to participate in your studies with consideration to that additional effort that it takes to attend your user studies. Another factor, obviously, is you can consider ways to make the lab space accessible. So thinking about things like not just the immediate play environment and the equipment they use, but also kind of the entryways into your building, the parking opportunities, the bathrooms, desks, the exits and emergency as well. And one thing I would say alongside this as well is that the thing to consider there is if it's something that seems like too much of a lift, if it seems like, well, our building doesn't have an elevator, for instance, and we can't easily construct one, then there are other options too. So you can consider remote testing. You can consider ways to test in people's homes so they can provide feedback in an environment that's without that journey and without that inaccessibility that comes with your lab space as well. But if we are focused on tackling the journey, there's lots of ways that we can improve that as well. It might seem that, well, the journey is actually outside of our control. The things that happen outside of our lab are outside of our control, but we can do a lot to help ensure and improve the accessibility of that experience too. And this can be things like providing clear information on how to get to your user testing facility. It can be including things like video guides that explain both how to get there, but also what the purpose of this is, providing things like transportation fees to assist people to actually get from A to B, providing collection if someone said, well, I can get to the train station, but I don't know how to navigate the city to get to your studio. And if the person has like assistants that they come with or family members, then it also can mean paying for those people's time as well to make sure that they can afford to come as a group to provide feedback. And just to hit back on kind of what I was saying before, the other option there is remote playtesting. And in user research studies that I've ran before, I think obviously there is the case that you can improve all of these processes, but when I have ran remote playtests in the past, you'd often see people playing with very bespoke setups. You'd often see them playing in very bespoke like chairs or from their bed and things like that. And it's very difficult to kind of remove all of the barriers that someone might require to make the playtest environment equally comfortable to the way they've been set up at home with all of their equipment and things like that as well. Yeah. One of the playtesters in one of my studies was playing from their bed, and they also had an assistant who would set up their gaming system for them at the start of every day, and they'd have bespoke equipment that that person would use with them to ensure they're able to play. So. Another consideration, and I didn't mention this as one of the limitations, but it's something that can kind of come through in when you're running the study, is also making sure that your tasks are accessible in the user research process too. So if you're using something like Think Aloud, or you're using surveys, or using some other protocol, you need to think about kind of how the feedback is being provided. Is that avenue of feedback is always accessible? Are players going to be able to fill out a survey? Are they going to be comfortable or able to use the Think Aloud protocol and like verbalize what they're thinking as they're playing the game? How will someone who's socially anxious be able to perform this task, etc.? And making accommodations to say, well, actually, you don't need to provide feedback through this avenue because we have this other one, and providing lots of options around that if people need those accommodations and such too. So if they are coming into your lab, or if you're testing remotely, it's important to have flexibility there so that players can always provide feedback. And we talked about different types of discrimination as well. I think the other factor that's important is also training your staff so that you're not dismissing players with disabilities as outliers or anomalies, and you are recognizing and valuing that experience, even if it looks different from the rest of your cohort of playtesters, and understanding data within the context of the social model of disability as well, both in terms of how your understanding of it, but also how you're reporting it. So rather than blaming the player, like labeling the kind of problem as being associated with the game. So if this is the case that a player can't do a certain thing in the game, you would frame that as this component of the game is inaccessible, or this barrier occurs. So it's rooted very much in the game rather than the player and their disability. And also communicating respectfully and matching the language to avoid discrimination. So that means if players identify, like you might have people who use accessibility features, but they don't identify as disabled, for instance, or something like that. And using language that they consider respectful and matching that to have a conversation with them is important for kind of building trust. And the other aspect is, as user researchers, when you're kind of interfacing with teams after the fact, and maybe you're running a workshop, or maybe you're building reports, however you disseminate your findings, also making yourself aware of things like the game accessibility guidelines and kind of what kind of design options and features might be in place in games that could help. So when you're kind of talking to teams about the solutions that do exist, you can kind of put those in front of teams as well. And that's not to say that you should be prescriptive and say, well, this guideline says you should do exactly this. In some cases, there might be an explicit best practice in the context of something like subtitles, but in other cases, it might be the case that the design elements are more novel and creative, and they require more creative thought to conjure a solution as well. But it's still useful to have examples of how other games have maybe iterated to different states to provide different solutions as well. This is just a takeaway that I want you to remind you of. I've still got a few more slides after this one, but it's important to remember that the U in user research doesn't stand for users without disabilities. We always talk about user research, and to me that really means all users that are within the prospective audience that would play our game. That doesn't necessarily just mean the users that are currently playing our game either, because these people might have been excluded on the basis that the game itself is inaccessible. And I think as a discipline, user research has a responsibility to represent all users. However, I would emphasize that equitable user testing requires conscious engagement to improve process. And I think as user researchers, we have a responsibility to engage with this to make sure that the player voice is truly being represented. So just a few kind of takeaways to leave you with in terms of where to start. So the first thing I would say is to examine and adjust your current process. So if you're using a recruitment partner or something like that, I would ask them about accessibility. I would ask them how they ensure that people with disabilities aren't being filtered out of the process. I would ask them how, if they have people with disabilities represented in their player panel, etc. And just asking those questions can start a conversation. But also examine your own recruitment material and ensure players with disabilities are able to make it through. Examine, if you're sending out screeners, if you're sending out instructional materials, examine those to ensure that they're accessible as well, because otherwise you're never going to get feedback from people with disabilities by virtue of excluding them from that process. And the other thing I would say is to just get started and run some form of accessibility playtest and start establishing a feedback loop with people with disabilities into your game, because there's a lot of like umming and ahhing that you could do for a long period of time before you do this, and it obviously sounds like a fairly complicated process to including people with disabilities in there. But again, it's that process of taking those first steps and iterating forward that's extremely important. I think, like, if you whether it's you start by kind of getting more accessibility equipment in your lab, and you start by improving your own research process, or you start with a remote process, that is going to start more conversations about how you can improve your process over time, and it's going to enable you to iterate forward at a much more rapid pace than if you don't get started. And that's what I really want to leave you with. You can't start iterating forward unless you start, and progress is ultimately impossible without taking the first step. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really loved how you ended that, Joe, with like the two, kind of key points of, you have to take your first steps and iterate going forward. I think that's been another theme of, we always have an accidental theme for the conference, and I think this one is take your first steps, because, as Joe said, progress is impossible unless you actually start going on that journey, right? Take your first step and iterate over time. I also just want to say, like, congrats on identifying your life's calling at 9. I was not doing that. I was definitely more of like, Mom, I made a routine. Let me get in front of the TV. That's significantly less useful. And obviously, I'm not a professional dancer, so that didn't work out at all. But I love that was so ingrained in you. And one of the things that I do want to call back to at the very beginning, Joe had the display of the hierarchy of UX needs, and this idea that we are all passing through the accessibility layer in the hierarchy, whether we have acknowledged it or not, right? Like, we have been able to say, oh, it is accessible to me. I go up the hierarchy to the next level of need. But as Joe has called out, there are people who are getting stopped later in that hierarchy who haven't gotten the amount of attention that they deserve in terms of user research. And when I say, they deserve it, as Joe actually said, as a discipline, user research has the responsibility to represent all users. And like you said, that does require a conscious effort. So we're so lucky that Joe was able to come here today and not only bring this to our awareness, if you weren't thinking about it already, but give us some actionable steps on how we can start being more inclusive in our user research and playtesting. And with that, we will be taking a 15-minute break, and we'll be starting our next panel at 11:30. So thank you so much. Hello. Gentle, gentle whispers. We are returning. Hello. All right. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a fantastic break. So there are so many things I love about this talk, and not just the fact that this is actually going to be our first back-to-back sibling featuring talk ever. Because I don't know that we've ever had two siblings present at the same, I was going to say at the same game accessibility conference, but I don't know we've ever had any siblings ever present like collectively over the years. So that's really fun. But as I mentioned yesterday, we always have two long panels. One is always from the perspective of developers talking about their specialty and working on implementing accessibility in their work. And then the other is always from players. This panel is players with ADHD. I really love this because I think it's a fantastic follow-up to the talk that I tried to be like, I'm gonna say it right. Like, I'm not gonna be like aggressive, like Ame Chason. I was like, no. And then I just botched it even worse. Amelia Chason. There we go. The talk that she previously gave at the US conference about developing games for players with ADHD. I think that this panel really drives home the lived experience of players with ADHD. And as someone who also has ADHD, for me, I found it really interesting because some of the stuff that they talked about in here, I'm like, I didn't even realize that was an ADHD thing. I thought everybody went through that. And it's like, oh, no, okay. Yeah, I should just really understand more about how I live with my disability and developed years of coping skills. But it's such a fantastic talk, and I think you're really going to enjoy it. So let's check it out.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this panel, Lost in a Side Quest, Gaming with ADHD. Games are meant to be played by everyone, and that includes those with ADHD. If you're unfamiliar, ADHD stands for Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. Typically, it impacts like attention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. But it's a spectrum where experiences and strategies will vary from person to person. And today, the four of us have come together to share our experiences and explore what ADHD means in the context of games. I'm honored to be joined by this incredible panel of experts and advocates who have ADHD. Each of us brings a unique intersectional perspective and experience that will help unpack this critical topic. We hope that you leave today with insights, examples, and actionable ideas for making games with ADHD in mind. Now, before diving into the questions, which we have quite a few, and we're all very, very eager and excited to share today, I do want to give folks a chance to introduce themselves first. So I'll go first. I'm Morgan Baker. My pronouns are she, they. I am an accessibility development director for Electronic Arts. My description is I am a white woman with very long brown hair, large round glasses, and I'm wearing a black sweater today. For myself, I have combined type ADHD, so I experience like inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity to a degree. And I also too actually am deaf as well with other disabilities, so we can talk about that during the intersectional portion. But I've been managing ADHD since, well, I was born, but I was diagnosed when I was 14, so it's been a hot while, but I've had lots of time to develop coping strategies and stuff like that. Now, enough about me. I'm going to pass this over to others for their introductions, a little bit about themselves, and their descriptions. So I'm going to pass this over to Thor.
Hello there. Thank you so much for having me as a part of the panel. And hi there. My name is Thor. I am an accessibility advocate with ADHD. I have short, curly, dark brown hair and a mixed skin tone. I also have a beard and mustache on my face, and I'm wearing a purple shirt or a purple button-up shirt with a black shirt underneath of it. I am currently looking into an autism diagnosis as well, but I've been dealing with my ADHD since I was diagnosed at the age of 4, so I have been managing it my entire life, and more recently have gotten more under the nail, so to speak, of what ADHD really is and how it affects people in their daily lives, thanks to the streaming community and more having deeper conversations about the topic itself.
Perfect. Thanks, Thor. And I'm going to pass this over to Sabina now.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say as well, thank you for having me on the panel today. I'm a long-term passionate gamer and also a neurodiversity advocate, and I'm a student mental health nurse. As far as my description, I've got long dark hair. I'm wearing a black turtleneck dress. Yeah, I think that's it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I'm going to pass this over now to Allie.
Hi, thank you. Thank you again so much for having me as well. This is really a pleasure and an honor. So my name is Ellie. I have long brown curly hair with bangs and big glasses. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm wearing a navy sweater with flowers embroidered on it. I was diagnosed with ADHD when I was 10, I believe. And in the gaming industry, I'm a streamer and also an accessibility consultant and an accessibility advocate. And we talk a lot about accessibility in many different ways because I use a wheelchair. I'm a primary wheelchair user with a nerve disorder, which is undiagnosed. So there's attention deficit as well as motor going on, which I think plays a lot of different ways into how I look at video games and that sort of thing. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for the introductions, y'all. And I'm very, very particularly excited for this panel because we were just chatting about it before the recording started, but I truly believe that the broader topic of cognitive accessibility is heavily, heavily underrepresented in accessible game development. And so I am just so excited to dive into this topic with the three of you today. So we have 4 topics. We have one about barriers, another about personal strategies. We're going to talk about intersectionalities and just like what devs can do to help cool folks like us so we can play your games because we want to play them. I promise we really, really do. And so why don't we go ahead and start with our first topic that we have today about barriers. So the driving question I have written here is, when playing games, what are some frequent barriers you run into as a player with ADHD? Any associated with like a specific genre or a specific platform? And I'm going to call on you, Thor, to kick us off for this question.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Morgan. So when it comes to video games in general or just gaming in general, I find that one of the biggest obstacles that I end up falling into is something being too wide open, something giving me at times too much freedom. If you throw me into a game and you don't give me a direction and say, hey, go do this thing as your starting point, I can completely get lost and start to feel overwhelmed. At times it can feel like, okay, well, do I need to level this? Do I need to do this? Is there a story point that I need to do? And a lot of times this can lead to shutdown. This makes me not want to try because I feel like I'm going to be overwhelmed by everything in the game, or like I don't have a starting point that can kick me off of the dock, so to speak. But one of the other issues that I deal with a lot of times is a game's audio engineering. People with ADHD tend to get very sensory overload very quickly, whether that's the visuals on the screen or whether that's the audio that comes from a game, among other things. It's a very wide topic of what can cause sensory overload and how it can occur, but especially in games that have varying degrees of audio, whether that's just from very low basses that occur in background to very high pitched tinnitus inducing sounds like the high pitch from certain games like Fatal Frame or others that may occur. That can be something that can make it impossible for me to progress through a game if they are constantly repeating or constantly blaring in my ears. And I find most commonly the genres that I will get these overloads from, both in the first thing I talked about and the second thing I talked about, are generally like your open world games. They want you to explore. And ever since I feel like the early days of 2011, we've gotten a lot of games that are like, hey, go and explore this vast world we've created. We're not going to give you any waypoints or markers or anything. We're just going to throw you in. Good luck, have fun, go figure it out. And at times, this really sucks to navigate. I understand that. I think that if you want to give people like a quest book or anything like that, that can be great towards leading people towards a point on a map. But it can also mean that I never get out of the gate with your game and I just might not play it. But when it comes to like horror and the audio engineering I was talking about, that for me is a very hard block of if you have a ton of loud sounds occurring in quick succession or things that just kind of jump out at you that are very loud compared to the base game, it can make me not want to play your game because I don't know when I'm going to get hit with that, and that causes me anxiety, and that also causes me to shut down a lot of time, and I can't progress because I know it's going to keep happening. So I find that those are the two most prevalent genres that are either too open or just can be very sensory overload very quick, at least for me. But there are others, but those are the two I wanted to focus on.
Absolutely. And I think here the key when we're talking about this discussion today with ADHD is that sometimes most players will say, oh, I relate to that. But in this case, as you said, Thor, it's a complete shutdown and it's a complete barrier for you. It's not a matter of it makes the game feel worse or whatever. It's I will literally stop playing this game right now because we cannot continue. Would anyone else like to jump in with their thoughts or piggyback off of Thor?
I'm happy to.
Go ahead. Yeah.
A lot of my struggles are very similar to Thor. Too open world, too many choices. And I think to continue on to that, a hard part is when you can't track where you're leaving off. And so I really struggle with, okay, I've put the game down, loved it, played 4 hours, it was great. And then I come back and I can't remember where I was, what I was doing, and there was no way and no path to get there, to get back to where I was.
I call those for myself an accidental DNF, do not finish, because when you put it down and come back, I'm like, wait, what? Who am I? Where am I? Who are these people and how do I even play this game? And it's like, well, on to the next, I guess. What's up, Thor?
I just wanted to add on, like there was one game that I would give an example of that was perfect for me, which avoided that DNF problem, which was back in the day, back in the day, Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green had these little systems where you could start the game and it would give you a list by list thing of everything that you had done in your last playthrough, hitting the key points, where you traveled, what you caught. And I found that was so helpful for me in terms of saying, oh, I remember this, because I can remember like key instances or landmarks that happen in video games, but maybe not everything in between. And if you fill in those landmarks, I find that it makes it way easier for me to say, oh, now everything's kind of trickling back in. I'm starting to remember these little details, and now I can pop right back in.
Absolutely. It like helps like juggle your memory of like the narrative and what you did, who you last battled, where you last explored. It's very, very helpful. I'm going to jump into with my own answer to this question as well, where when I'm thinking about games and frequent barriers for myself related to all these things is, I mentioned to y'all earlier, but I'll mention now officially on the recording, is trees, decision trees. Oh my goodness, no. And so the way I look at this is I don't mind when a game is heavily decision tree. So think like Civilization, because that's like the whole game and I can go through and I have fun with the menus. But when I'm playing, for example, an action adventure RPG and I'm beating up the bad guys, I'm feeling cool, I got neat weapons, and all of a sudden 30 minutes into the game, smack, here's a giant decision tree where you have to decide what you want to put your stats in, and you have to decide what upgrades you want and everything. And I freeze, completely freeze up. And this is what I need to emphasize, is that it's not a matter of like, oh, I hate this, let me just Google whatever. Like, I will literally become stun locked. And I can tell you there's been at least a dozen games in my life where I've completely DNF'd on spot because I saw the tree and I went, I can't deal with this. I'm like, is there a refund I can do? Because this is looking way too complicated. And so this is a very major area of frustration for me, especially too, tying back into like ADHD, my inattention decreases, right? So I begin to lose focus. There's all these words, especially if we don't have like demonstrations of what things are going to do. Like my brain just completely shuts down because I have to read large walls of text. And this will lead, if I do try to push through, into impulsivity. I'll just pick anything to just make the tree go away because I just don't care. So I will just literally select whatever option is there. Luckily, hopefully they have recommendations, and if they don't, then I'll just pick whatever and say, well, hopefully that wasn't a mistake, which can go into our next question we'll chat about, which is strategies to fix, because I'll find out later down the road, whoops, I just picked terrible decisions. I need to reset everything. And so that for me is a very large barrier related to ADHD and just game design in general. Does anyone have anything to add on to that? Or no, Sabina, you have your hand up too. You want to jump in here and share your experiences?
Yeah, so I wanted to just add sort of kind of following on from like Thor and Ellie's points earlier about sort of if you take a break from a game, like I play a lot of very large RPGs, and I also have terrible memory for details connecting to storylines, but not just what's going on in the game, but also actually the controls. Like if I'm playing multiple games at the same time, it's really hard to remember the control systems for, especially if they're very similar games with like slightly varied controls. Like the idea of I had a tutorial at the very beginning of the game, and that being enough that I can then remember that when I re-enter the game, that's just, it just doesn't work for me. But also in terms of story, to sometimes like I might be watching a cutscene and then I find I've kind of zoned out and there's no option for me to kind of revisit what's happened there. It's sort of like that's gone, and I can maybe YouTube it, but that experience is past. And another thing I wanted to talk about was also kind of related to frustration tolerance, in that I know that's a thing that is commonly an issue for ADHDers, but for me, it's like I can retry the same thing over and over as many times as needed if I can see what I'm doing wrong and be able to understand, you know, oh, maybe I should try this. And when a game doesn't give me any kind of feedback that makes me feel like I can kind of see where I went wrong, that's the point that I would just not want to play anymore.
Absolutely. Thor, do you want to jump in on that?
I was actually going to say like that for me is, there was two things you touched on. One, which I think actually goes into another accessibility option, which is I had that frustration with a lot of games where not remembering the controls. I didn't mention earlier, but I do, on top of that, I'm also a streamer as well. And one of the things that I found through streaming was the accessibility to remap controllers to fit my needs. And a lot of times we do this by playing games on really ridiculous controllers, like a potato. But what I found was that by doing this, I found that there was certain games that I came to make control setups in specific ways that always followed the same rule. So for instance, if I was playing a game, my X button would always become jump. So whenever I'd go into a game, even with a regular controller, I would say, okay, let me go and check the remap settings. And then I would map those so that I never had to deal with having to relearn and get used to another system. I had a system that worked for me because I play a lot of different games, and it can be overwhelming at times to just remember because there's no universal system. So I ended up getting a system for Souls games. I ended up getting a system for Metroidvanias and for adventure. And I just found all these similar things that worked. But very much having the the memory loss of, hey, I can't remember how this plays, and it becomes overwhelming to dive back in, especially with some of the complex games that are out now. Like, there's a lot that really require you to have a very skill-based knowledge, and it's overwhelming at times. And then I believe your second thing that you brought up was remind me, what was it, Sabina?
So it was related to frustration tolerance with difficulty and kind of running up against the same barrier.
I find like that's a huge thing. If you can visually show me, like, one of my favorite things in video games now is, a lot of video games will have these bosses where essentially they will go in and they'll attack, but they'll flash red to indicate that they're doing something. It's one of those things of like, oh, you're showing me that, hey, I probably shouldn't stand in this. Visual indicators are things that let me know, hey, if you don't do this, you will die or you're going to mess up. Are very, very helpful for me and have really changed the way I game. I know that's probably not specifically where you're going, but it did kind of trail off on that side of, if I know I'm doing something wrong or if I have an indicator that's visual in some way, it really does help my experience. So I just wanted to trail off on that just a tiny bit.
No, absolutely. And especially too, visuals help with focus. It helps with memory. And I do want to make a call out. Shout outs to the games that actually make the buttons the same color as what's on the controller, because my brain and like has like the UI and oriented with how the controller UI is, because I'm like, which one is A? Ah, yes, that one. And so shout outs to our friendly UI designers who remember to do that. But Thor, I actually think it's a really cool strategy that you remap to help with like the memory and everything too. That's really cool. Which actually leads us into the next question that I have for y'all, which is about personal strategies. So the driving question I have written down here for us is, when a barrier is presented to you as it relates to ADHD and just any intersectional means of that, what are some coping strategies you use when gaming? What works? What doesn't work? How were you inspired by this coping strategy, etc.? And so I have written down here, Sabina, if you wouldn't mind kicking us off with this question.
Yeah, no problem. So one of the barriers I didn't really get to mention specifically earlier, but one of the barriers I face is that I tend to play games in bursts, and I find that a lot of games with seasonal content obviously reward you for engaging daily, and I won't necessarily do that. If there's a weekend event or something like that, I might participate in that, but if something's going across an entire season, it's just, I'm going to lose interest, and once I feel like I can't catch up, I won't re-engage with the game. So one of the things I've started to do is just avoid playing games that will punish me for not logging in daily. Like, I have other things that I need to do in my life aside from gaming, and it's already difficult for me to manage with my hyper focus. So I think engaging specifically with games that, I feel like I can pick up and play when I have the time, and not feel punished for it in some way is really important for me. Another thing, like going into the point you made, Morgan, before about like skill trees, and I find that like games having like if a game like allows me to have layered progression in the sense that it kind of introduces systems that are quite simple at the beginning, and then it kind of progresses through the game, so I'm never given like an overwhelming amount of content. I find that those are games that I will stick with longer, so I tend to choose those games. And also another thing that I do when I'm playing like a large game, like an RPG, and I know that I will kind of dip off for a while, I sometimes take some like brief notes about what was going on for myself, because it's not, the game won't necessarily do that for me. So
Oh goodness, I relate. Playing Baldur's Gate, I took so many notes, even though they actually have like a very thorough quest, because I would forget my mission and what I was up to doing. Because, surprise, the person with ADHD goes off script from what the game wants you to do. Shocker, more at 11.
Shocker.
But I think that those are both very good points. And I'll add on to Sabina, because you brought up the trees again. For myself, one of my coping strategies for that is I'll just literally pass the controller to my husband and say, can you just look it up for me? I don't know anymore. And I want to keep playing this game because it's fun. But see, he's the opposite of me, where he likes to dig into that type of stuff. And so we'll co-op play with each other. where I'm just playing most of the game, but then when a decision comes up, I'm like, well, like, can you help me out? Also, it's nice too because he can look up the spoilers without telling me. Like if it's like a dialogue thing, sometimes he'll be like, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm like, okay, so clearly, like whatever decision I make matters, so this will be more fun. Um, but of course, it's not like a super fun way to play because I'm obviously relying on another person, so I'm not independently playing a game. But it does actually bring some bond with it because, like, for example, I have a memory of full completing Breath of the Wild, where he would be looking things up and give me hints on where the shrines are, but wouldn't tell me exactly where. And so I would have like some more guidance than just running around in the middle of a desert or in the middle of a snowy mountain. But of course, it's an imperfect solution and just a coping strategy that I use through house rules that we have developed together. Um, but that's just me adding on. Does anyone have anything to add to that, or do you want to bring up more about strategies you use? What's up, Allie?
I would love to piggyback off of what you both said. Very much playing with people. So as a streamer, I actually use my chat in the same way that you game with your husband. So I'm like, okay, we're playing Monkey Island. I know that there's an answer to a puzzle. Okay, am I getting hot or cold? Am I yes using the right tool? And use that communication and that feedback from chat actually to help that. And also chat also 100% can keep me on track. So I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy 14, which is like open world city where you can do anything and everything and you're never going to remember what you logged in to do yesterday. And my chat very much actually helps keep me on track. And they're like, okay, so you're working on this. You were working on this thing yesterday. Is that what you want to continue working on for the impulsivity of ADHD? It's like, do you still feel the same vibe that you were feeling yesterday? So that's a big one. And then taking screenshots and notes is huge for me. Like, I have multiple notebooks of games that I've played. I know I said Monkey Island, but Monkey Island missed a lot of point and clicks, puzzles. I love that. Blueprints. I love games like that, but for someone with ADHD, they can be incredibly overwhelming because you might be like, I'm forgetting one tiny detail from this puzzle. So having that balance for me personally of having chat to be like, we're looking up the answer for you. You're really close. Or maybe you should go back to this previous room and look at new different things or revisit your screenshot or revisit your notes. Really are coping mechanisms and personal strategies that I find make me want to continue playing a game versus dropping it and walking away.
That is absolutely brilliant. And I've never thought of that before of using your chat. I'm not a content creator. So I'm like, wait, that's actually kind of the best idea ever. And I have to major plus from the screenshot thing. In fact, I will give a very, very quick recent example of I was playing Peak with some friends. And I literally could not for the life of me remember the controls, like literally at all. And I'm like, I don't have time to open the menu every time I read. And so I just literally screenshot it and I put it on as my second monitor.
So smart.
And I was like, I don't remember what buttons anymore. So that's just a quick example of something recently. Thor, do you want to jump in? I see you over there.
Yeah, actually, just to piggyback off of what everyone said, but especially Ellie as somebody who also creates content, I find that utilizing my chat and like setting boundaries, just being like, hey, I'm going through this game and I'm going to reach that point, as you so eloquently called it, a DNF point of do not finish point. It's like I'm going to want to play this game under my own power until I get to the point where I'm feeling really fed up. And then at this point, I want you all to be my safety net. I'm gonna have a a safe word, in my case, potato butter. And when I say that, that's your cue that I want help. Jump on in here, get in, tell me exactly what I'm looking for. And originally, I experienced this mostly with a lot of Souls games because Souls games at their core are obtuse. They're really hard to navigate through. They have a lot of those trees of how do I build? What should I do? And so I got very overwhelmed trying to play these originally. And it was one of the huge reasons I kind of did not enjoy these games at all, which is a hard 180 to how it is today. But it was very much being able to just say, hey, I need help. I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like I'm being gated, not because the game is difficult, but because the game is overwhelming. And so being able to just say, can people help me when I reach those specific points, made it so that I felt like even though there were difficult things ahead, I was never truly at the mercy of there's just too much that the game is trying to tell me. And more so, I was limited by had I actually taken the time to learn a boss or do something. So if there was ever a strat I need, I could say, okay, I've been at this for 3 hours. What am I supposed to be looking for here? And then somebody would be like, you need to hit under the right shoulder because he attacks from his left. And that was something that's like, oh, let's go. And then I was enjoying the game again. It made me go with a lot of games, especially like Baldur's Gate, as you mentioned, where it's like before, it's like, oh my God, that game is just overwhelming. Am I going to choose a bad decision? Am I going to hurt this character's feelings? And that would be a hard gate for me normally, but being able to just ask instead of having to take the time to look it up was extremely helpful for me to be able to just say, this is my coping mechanism. But more so than that, I'll say this for early me, the screenshots thing, absolutely, but also game guides from so many different places. It was very nice to be able to go on to say something like Game Facts back in the day, just search up the chapter I was on and then just be like, hey, I don't know where I am. I've gotten very used to in my old age saying, hey, it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to look something up because you're unsure and you're frustrated, and that doesn't make you less of a gamer. And I think that's one of the big things that's helped me a lot nowadays is realizing that it's okay to throw away that whole toxic gamer culture of you have to do this under your own power. The truth is you just have to be able to play the game however you find is best. And if that means looking up a guide or asking your friend for help or looking up a YouTube video, that's okay. And I think that was honestly the biggest block I had because I grew up in a space where I wasn't really allowed to ask that. Otherwise, it would make me seem very unable, which I was. I was unable to do it. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And I want to ask a show of hands. How many of you have ever missed a tip or a key thing that someone's written out or character has said to you? And then you were like, how do I even play any of this anymore? And it's people like, you dummy, you missed the thing. And it's like your ADHD brain. This is actually one of the reasons why I'm okay with looking up things is because I just tell myself, well, if I was actually paying attention, I would have known to go down this area or go do this quest. I'm like, shout outs like Elden Ring, where it's like they drop lots of hints sometimes in the dialogue, but you know your girl, I just space bars, lizard. I'm like, just next. I'm like, I'm like, stop blabbing. I want to go beat people up. I want to pass this over to you, Allie, to finish us off for this question because I know you want to add on, and then we'll move on to our next one.
The last thing I was going to say was save states. So if we're speaking specifically using Baldur's Gate as an example, the amount of save states I had in that game, I had them for every single decision so that I could always resort back to changing something if I'm like, this makes me really uncomfortable, or like, I don't like where the story went and I'm going to stop playing. If that's the case, I utilize save states a lot in games.
Oh, absolutely. Which actually, it's really funny for save states. I'll name them after the thing, like Baldur's Gate. Remember I said earlier, where I'll be like, LOL, should I actually explode this room and then hit save? And then I'm like, all right, let's go. So I can see, like, what was I thinking when I made that save? I put in Morgan language when it was meant to be. And I'm like, haha.
I wish I had used one for the windmill.
Oh. I learned the windmill by just
Deletus,
pushing...
question mark? Like, which decision to do. I like the whole sentiment here of we should play as we want and are able, right? Because games are meant to be fun. And what's the whole point? So for our next topic, then, we have intersectionalities with other conditions or just other personal experiences too, outside of disability. So the driving question I have written here is intersectionality means considering all of our experiences. So everything about ourselves, not just ADHD, but maybe another disability, another diagnosis, another part of your life, whether you're a parent or maybe someone as, whatever background you have. So my question for us is intersectionality means considering all of our experiences. When you think about barriers, how does intersectionality come into play for you? And so I wrote down, I'll kick this one off. And so I am deaf. I have other chronic illnesses as well related to autoimmune, and I have ADHD out of my butt. So it's often a joke. I will say all aboard the hot mess express over here when it comes to gaming, because sometimes that's how it be. But how this sometimes will connect is, for example, with my chronic fatigue and chronic pain that I have related to autoimmune diseases that I have, which I have quite a few. Sometimes I will not be able to do very long gaming sessions, and I will need to frequently save. However, as a result, that means with my ADHD brain, I'll often forget what I last did. And so this is a very common barrier for me because I will play like on my Switch and put down, and then I come back and pick it up, even if it's like an hour later because I need to take a quick break because my fingers were starting to hurt or something like that. And I'm like, what the hell was I doing? I'm like, what? Also, too, I'm like past Morgan because I'll like save at the most bizarre times because normally you can't stop. It's a sudden I need to stop playing right now. And so like I'll be like in the middle of a level and be very confused. And so this is often a barrier for me. Another one related to my deafness is that Thor, I really like earlier you mentioned about like auditory processing and stuff like that. So I am completely 100% deaf, but I do have a cochlear implant that I can wear that gives me some amount of sound. If people are familiar with them, they're not fantastic, but they're helpful. But the problem is mentally, I need to focus more. It's not like natural hearing. You had to literally focus on the sound coming through. But imagine if you have something like, oh, I don't know, an inattention disorder. It makes it kind of difficult because I joke it's like the beans in the basket. I have to take beans out of my focus basket into this one so I can focus on the hearing. But then all of a sudden my visual processing decreases. And so sometimes I'll joke for a game, I'll just take the implant out completely because I'm like, I'm literally missing dialogue or I'm missing key visuals because I'm focusing so much on trying to hear. And I already have a focus and attention disorder. So, you know what? Frick it. And I take it completely off. But then now I remove a complete channel from playing the game. And so this is a constant balance. And I'll often say, like, for example, if I'm playing like a tactical FPS, of course I'll keep the cochlear implant in. But if I'm playing Baldur's Game, it comes out because I shouldn't need it, hopefully. But that's a little bit about my intersectional needs and experiences. Does anyone want to add on and share their experiences, or maybe they experienced something very similar?
I'm happy to. Oh,
Sure.
Sabina, go ahead.
Yeah, Sabina, and then we'll go to you, Allie.
So I also have ADHD and autism, and I do find that there is very often it almost feels like two sides of my brain that are competing in a sense that what I need with my ADHD and what I need with my autism are almost opposite. And an example of that would be sort of when I start a game, if there is too much guidance in a game, I usually find that understimulating. I need the ability to almost make creative decisions and explore. But then when there isn't enough guidance, like if I'm just left in a sandbox, I'm just like, this is so overwhelming. I don't know what to do. Like a good example would be like when I started playing Elden Ring, I initially was just like, I do not know what to do. There is so much going on. I'm going to keep charging at the guy on the horse and keep getting killed and not learning from that experience. But then luckily my brother had been playing the game. He was further ahead than me and we'd just chat and screen share, and he would like guide me through, just almost like initial, maybe you want to try heading in this direction instead, and just having like a little bit of scaffolding to that experience to start me off, I found really helpful.
I think that one also calls back to when we were talking earlier about like personal strategies of like tapping into others to help us when it's like, although of course I always emphasize it's fun and a good way to connect, but also kind of sucks that you have to be dependent. So it's like that constant balance. Allie, do you want to add on to this?
Yeah. And now ADHD, I was focusing on what Sabina said. Sorry.
You're doing really good.
My brain, I'm like literally like fully lost my point. Going back and looking at the transcript.
No, you're totally good.
Oh, yes. Okay. So, for my disabilities, I have an undiagnosed potential autoimmune, potential neuropathy. So, for me, a lot of it comes into my barriers are with motion. And so, auditory is a big one. If things are too loud or if I can't control the different stimulations, that's a very big barrier of I will put down a game if the footsteps are too loud. But a big thing for me is if I can't control motion or if I can't be in third person, that I find makes it so I can't even enter into the playing field to see if it works with my ADHD. I love a lot of sandbox survival crafter games, but a lot of those are in first person. So being able to have that control can also help make the entrance to the game a lot easier.
Absolutely, especially two-player agency is sometimes the key to accessible design and making a game make the most sense for you and literally everyone. So I think that's an excellent point. Sabina, Thor, you want to add on to this?
I was just gonna say I am currently looking into autism as a diagnosis, just because I grew up with a lot of things that didn't quite fit ADHD, but just wanted to say, like, with what Sabina was mentioning earlier, just 100% on the money, honestly, is like what it feels like, at least from somebody who's looking into this, of sometimes being too understimulated, sometimes being too overstimulated. It's like the porridge. Too cold, too hot, just right. And it's very hard to find that balance. And sometimes I wish there were just tools or toggles that could be in games for that. But I don't really have too much else to add on to that. I just wanted to put that in there, and yeah, good points.
Oh, absolutely. Especially too, I want to point out that all four of us here have different thresholds for everything too. And so this is why tools are extremely important. Sabina, jump in here.
Like another thing I wanted to say is like an example of sort of the over guidance aspect of that as well is like I appreciate that like having a map in the corner of the screen can be like really helpful, but also for me, I can often find that like I hyper focus on that map. I'm not taking in my surroundings at all, and then like I feel like I'm not fully immersed in the game in a way that I'd like to be, and I think having like different map options as a way to interact with that, you know, so it's not just me following a point that's bleeping. You know, I find when you have like a top bar where there's like a pointer on there, but like I'm seeing the screen more as a whole rather than just kind of looking at that specific corner of the screen. It keeps me like immersed in the experience, so I don't just feel understimulated from that level of guidance.
The difference between Elden Ring and Monster Hunter Wild. Do I focus on everything in front of me, or do I find every piece of honey on this map forever till the end of time?
If it means anything with my ADHD, I'll probably ignore all of the above and just go and like pick plants in a field for like 2 hours and be like, woohoo! I'm having the time of my life. Hence, we lost in a side quest.
It's that or needing to collect every collectible that I can possibly see and just being like in places I'm not supposed to be, but I need that one thing.
So how did you feel about the Korok quest and Breath of the Wild?
There's a reason that Breath of the Wild was a game I had to drop, because I was like, I am too overwhelmed. I can't, there are too many things to collect, almost.
See, I think for me, I had to make a very conscious decision. And this is actually something maybe goes back to just coping strategies, where I just tell myself certain things I'm not going to full complete or collect. So like Korok seeds, I told myself not doing it. I'm like, if there's one nearby, I'll do it because it's fun to find them. Whereas shrines, I was like, I want to do them all. So, you know, I think from there, picking and choosing your battles, knowing and like almost making like a deal with yourself, like you're not going to hold this against yourself. Actually, I didn't mention this earlier, but bringing up the full completion thing, this is one of the reasons I can't play phone games, like iPhone games or anything, is because of the need to constantly log on and the need to collect everything. I actually have a full blocker, so I don't download any of them because they just do not work with my brains. And in fact, I think they're kind of ethically cruel to folks who are like neurodiverse or have ADHD because it's like literally taps into like the worst symptoms. But sorry, maybe that's like off topic a little bit, but I was just thinking like intersectionality and like also to like different genres and stuff like that where it's like no go. Thor, you probably want to add to that.
I actually do because I have the same issue of I do not play mobile games at all. They're actually a genre I've entirely avoided because I have that when games pressure you to do things in a way that is not comfortable, that's like one of my big blocks. It's like stamina systems, needing to replenish, needing to log on to get this extra bonus so you can do things. It's like your game for me should be playable out of the gate without needing to worry about these upgrades. If it's not a fully playable experience, and if I need to constantly put myself on a schedule, which I am very bad at, then I can't play your game. Like, don't put me needing. There are some times in games where like you need to be here at this time. I'm like, okay, the game will remind me of this though. But like with stuff like that, those constant notifications, those constant pings of log in to get your bonus, it almost becomes an addiction to try and keep up with. And that for me, I've had to really distance myself away from because when it comes to my ADHD, I have time blindness. And I've done a lot to really prepare myself for time blindness to the point where I have a lot of schedules, a lot of things. But when I log in, I will get pulled in and I will just keep going down the rabbit hole to play more and more. And I find that games like those are extremely difficult for me to step away from. So I avoid entirely.
Well, especially too, they're literally designed to be difficult to step away from, which is why you have to make the decision of no touchy then. I'm gonna bring us all up to the next topic, the last one we have here, just because I'm looking at the clock, but also too, because now we can just open up to just more topics. We can bring up more intersectionality, more about strategies, more about anything else, but this is kind of a broad topic for y'all. And it's what devs can do to help. So the question we have here is, what are some things you wish developers would do for you that would remove a barrier in a game as it relates to ADHD and generally your intersectional experience? Allie, would you kick us off for this one?
Yeah, I have two that really come to mind. First, I would say would being ask. I think a really big thing, you've got people in the communities that love games, that are very passionate about video games, who can speak on their experiences that you could say in the mapping before you even get to it. So it's not a QA after the games come out and then you're fixing systems. Asking anybody in the community, hiring consultants, having those conversations early in your development process is a very, very, very useful tip that can save you lots of work down the road. And then you're also encouraging us to continue to be along with your development as the game comes along. And I personally, I become an advocate for a game that where the community or where the devs talk to the community. It's not, and they involve us in the process. I think for me, no one needs to be perfect. No game is going to be perfect for everybody. As much as that is what we want, and as much as that is what we are working towards, that takes time, that takes growth. But having those conversations early is a huge thing. And my next one, very big, is a note system in video games that requires things like that. So like being able, if I'm playing a survival crafter and I need to make 4 or 5 different machines and I'm in the middle of the process, let me make those notes in the game before I log off. Blueprints, let me screenshot and make notes about rooms and incorporate that into the game. I think are, for me personally, two like barriers that I think could make a huge difference in just making it feel all inclusive.
Absolutely. And to chime into your first point, the definition of nothing about us without us is involving the community as early and as often as possible throughout game development. Don't want to bring someone in. It's too late if you already have your systems design set, and then it's like, oh no, it's actually just riddled with barriers. And so I cannot emphasize that enough. And I'm really glad too you brought like up like a note-taking system. I feel like this is becoming a more common ask of like somehow incorporating that into this design. And I think especially too for games, it can actually naturally flow not just as an accessibility option, but just as a general experiential thing for folks. Like I think back to The Last of Us with Ellie taking notes in her notebook of like recent events and stuff like that. And so, but of course, that wasn't player initiated. We're looking for something more like interactive. And so, thinking of a few examples. What are some other things y'all wish developers would do that would help remove barriers in games for folks like us with ADHD? What's up, Sabina?
So one of the things, and it was kind of going back to the point that Thor made in the previous question, which is to do with like, and I think you made a similar point with mobile games and how they can kind of feel a little bit like exploitative of your whole like dopamine reward system and, you know, constantly like giving you reasons that to log in every day. I think making sure that your game is intrinsically motivational to play, the actual gameplay is fun and engaging. You don't have to use rewards as a means of getting the player to engage.
Absolutely, especially with ADHD, folks will often talk about like dopamine driven or reward driven. And so I'm really glad you brought that up because it's like literally it's like the worst possible design for this type of brain. And so I completely agree that, I mean, don't you want us to play the game itself? So thanks for bringing that up, Sabina. Thor, what's up?
Honestly, this kind of goes back to what Ellie was saying originally about getting people with these experiences working on these games, giving their input. One of the things I would like to see is a lot more games focusing on their audio design because I feel like a lot of games live or die by their audio. You can have the best game in the world, but if it is overwhelming for somebody to play and there are not options to bring down those highs or those lows, like one of the games I actually thought did this, I wouldn't say like great or bad, or one of the games that actually did this, and I thought it was all right, was Resident Evil 4, surprisingly enough, where they had audio bouncers where you could choose different levels. It was like, hey, we're going to suppress down the bullet sound. We're going to bring down certain atmospheric noises that are going to be loud, and we're going to level all of these out. Or you can choose like, hey, I want the home theater experience. I want everything. I want the loud bangs. I want the gunshot noises to not be suppressed, stuff like that. Because I find that for a lot of games, a lot of shooters, stuff like that, I don't really touch that genre because it's not really my thing. But when I do find myself in there for like some type of survival horror or anything like that, I generally find that I step away from it because it's too loud and because I'm getting too overwhelmed too quickly. So I'd really like to see devs work a lot more within the community as a whole and just within the disability community as a whole to say, hey, how can we make this more enjoyable for those playing who may either be very sensitive to audio or may need additional assists for audio, maybe an increase in sound for things because maybe you're missing cues. And I find that that's, for me at least, as somebody with ADHD, and that would be very helpful for just keeping me attuned to the game. Because like there's certain games like Fatal Frame I can't play because there's a tinnitus or there's a high pitched ringing noise whenever a spectral ghost appears, and it causes my tinnitus to trigger, and it also just completely knocks me out for the day. Like if I hear that noise, I'm out. I'm done with whatever I'm doing that day. So but honestly, the other thing I would really like to see more is more, I think games are getting better about this, but more options to remap game controllers. I find, especially now in today's day and age, that there's no reason why we can't have remapping in any video game. Just if you can put it on a controller, you should be able to remap those buttons to what you need. And I know that goes more into that, but as an outsider, I look at them like, this seems like at the very least I should be able to change my face buttons. I should be able to change whether or not a controller holds an action or whether I have to rapidly tap it. There's a lot of things I would really like to see change in controller accessibility. And I know that's going into an entirely different topic, but I do find that having that similarization of controls among games as a whole can be very helpful in keeping my attention and make it so I'm not forgetting everything all the time when I pick up a game after a long period of time, as Sabina mentioned earlier.
I'm going to jump in here and say that it's definitely on topic because oftentimes I see this from game dev perspective when people think control remapping, they think of a very specific persona. I think that you're dispelling that right now by saying that way more people benefit from control remapping than you may realize in terms of accessibility. So I'm really glad you're bringing it up.
In fact, Ellie, I think we were on another panel where they described this, and I can't remember the full metaphor, but it's the curb. It's do you remember what that was?
Yeah,
Because
the,
I
the
can.
curb effect.
Yeah,
Yes.
the curb effect.
Exactly that. And I can't remember what it is, so I'm not going to say it out. But for those of you who don't know, look it up, or if somebody wants to repeat it. But yep, that's my piece.
I can kind of summarize, but basically it's kind of the idea of, so, on a curb, now there's dips at intersections. Those weren't always there. And those were originally made for people in wheelchairs, people who needed accessibility because they could not step up the curb. And what ended up happening was, after a big movement and a lot of people standing up for that, and people coming in with sledgehammers and literally taking parts of the curbs out, it provided something that now so many different people use and might not even realize that originally it was for something else. And it becomes an inclusive thing for everybody to use, and it gives it an easier access point.
Absolutely. As I like to say, when you design for one, you extend to many. Or as at least at my company, one thing we always joke is we always just say accessibility is just good design. It's not just, like this fun little frill thing on the side. It's actually makes the experience better for anyone who benefits from the feature. And so I'm really happy we're shifting our paradigms and framing more to this universal design aspect.
But yeah. Oh no, go.
If you're not done, please go ahead.
All I was going to say is I just want to see more controller accessibility in general, because I think it goes into a wide array of different disability access. And I think that especially with ADHD and stuff like that, having stuff set up in a way that is good for you is so helpful, because having that normalcy and having that, what's the word I'm looking for here? Having that comfortability and sameness can be very helpful in us just being comfortable stepping into your game in the first place. That's all.
Absolutely. And I'm really glad you brought this up too, because at the end of the day, accessibility is just good for everyone, and especially with when we're thinking from things from remapping to I know we mentioned, would you like to bring up real fast, Ali, about the visual cues and hints? I think that's one good point we can end on.
Yeah, it was something that got brought up in the panel earlier, but the idea of being able to have visual cues if someone needs it, in a boss fight, or if you're lost in a big open world. Not everybody might want to play with those, but giving us the option to turn those on. I've been seeing that a lot more in video games lately, and it's really, really, really great, and I'm really excited to see that. Also, same with being able to toggle on, as Thor mentioned, either having to hold or to spam a button. Being able to just have those small adjustments might make or break someone on being able to play your game.
Especially too, I don't know about y'all, but I have impulsivity, so having a toggle rather, because I'll press the button 10 times. I'm like, did it work? Did it work? Did it work? You know what I mean? And so I think there's a very strong connection there. So unfortunately, I feel like we could just go for another 10 hours. You feel is it time to start our podcast, y'all? The ADHDers. But we do have to wrap up for today. I want to open the floor if anyone wants to say any final comments. If you could say one thing to developers, one key takeaway from this, what would it be? One sentence, what would it be for y'all? So for me, I would say accessibility is just good for everyone, especially make sure you consider ADHD because it's a heavily underrepresented topic right now. Ali, what do you want to say?
I was going to say, ask us. Ask the people that live with what we're going through, and we're happy to help.
Sabina, you want to add on? What's your one thing if you want people to take away from this conversation?
I think I would add that accessibility and tools that help one group might also hinder another. So making those toggleable is really important.
Oh, 100%. And Thor, do you want to finish this off?
Yeah, I'd say a lot of your user base has ADHD. So remember not to start accessibility at launch. Start it at the beginning of conception.
Absolutely. There's millions of us. Millions. We're under the floorboards. I love it.
We're everywhere.
Oh gosh. So I want to thank you all again for taking time today to discuss ADHD in the context of video games. As mentioned, I really hope that from this conversation, folks are leaving with some insights, examples, and actionable ideas for how we can make games better for those with ADHD or anyone adjacent to it or lots of other intersectional needs. Shout outs to our panelists today, the three of you plus me. I think this is a great vibe, and I hope that folks get a lot from this. As a reminder for you all, make sure to check out the rest of the Game Accessibility Conference. And I recommend if you want to learn more about other experiences, like, for example, deafness or vision or anything like that, check out the live experiences playlist on the GA conference YouTube page. They compile it all together so you can learn about the very, very wild intersectionality and diversity that is the human experience. Thank you all again for your time, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the conference. Take care.
Now, I had a whole notepad full of great takeaways and recaps and personal stories, but that panel went 15 minutes over. So reread the Discord channel. It's so weird. I put a bunch of people with ADHD together on a panel, and time management is a little questionable. Who would have saw it coming? I absolutely fabulous talk again. I'll also put Ame's talk from the previous edition in the Discord so you can reference that as well. But with that, we are going to break for lunch. Food is already out. For people here online, please post your pictures, and I will see you back here at 1:15. So thank you and enjoy lunch. Hello. Hello, gentle whispers as we return from lunch. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a delicious lunch. There has been a slight change to the schedule. So we are still doing micro talks, but now you get to listen to me talk more. I'm going to be taking over this next micro talk, and this is accessibility lessons inspired. Now, I want to start by talking about lahars, and I want to open with we are safe. We are not in a lahar zone, all right? I want to open with that, but I still want to talk about lahars. So a lahar is when a volcano explodes and then all of the ice very rapidly melts and creates a massive high-speed mudslide. Now, a lot of times when people already know about lahars, if their special interest isn't volcanoes, it tends to be from the footage of the Mount St. Helens explosion with the massive lahar that came from that. And we, being in the shadow of Mount Rainier, Mount Rainier actually poses a really great risk for having a lahar, a very sizable lahar, if it were to ever explode. So much so that actually the largest lahar drill in the world actually takes place here in the PNW for the people who would be downstream of this lahar. Now, one of the things that's really, really interesting, they have been going through and they are making tons of changes and upgrading a bunch of the systems around specifically lahar detection on Mount Rainier, and also working on making new ways to make it safer to get out of the debris hazard area and all of this stuff. But the thing that I find most fascinating, they have seismometers, they have lasers, they have all of this stuff. One key piece of measuring a lahar is literally a 2x4. So right now, if a lahar were to happen, how would we know the height of the lahar is actually they literally have 2x4s attached to a tripwire, and if that 2x4 gets dislodged, they know the lahar was that high because it managed to hit that 2x4. That's the entire system. And one of the reasons that this part of the system is so simplistic is because in terms of lahar monitoring, in terms of lahar warnings, and in terms of ensuring people's safety, they have absolutely zero tolerance for false alarms or incorrect data. And so when they were doing this, they wound up with this super simple system. And so I was thinking about that. I was like, wow, it's so crazy. This super important thing is literally hinging on 2x4s to tell you how tall the debris flow is. But I also thought it was really important to acknowledge sometimes the simplest thing, the simplest solution may still be the best solution. And that was actually their inspiration for these talks. So accessibility lessons inspired. So what can we learn looking from other areas, looking from other things? And what can I put in a talk that I don't have to clear with Netflix because I made it last night? And that was it. Learning lessons from just the things around us. So I've never been skiing. I grew up in the middle of the country and on extremely flat plains land. Honestly, the idea of strapping myself to either one or two pieces of wood or whatever and going down an incline sounds frankly terrifying. But one of the things that I do know about skiing is that they do try to keep people safe. You know, they have protocols in place. They have the ski patrol there to help. But one of the things I thought was really interesting about skiing is actually the nets. So you may not realize this, but the nets when you're skiing aren't actually there to stop you. They have very little stopping power. They are super, super easy to knock over. And that's because those nets aren't there to stop you. The nets are there to signal the boundary of where you shouldn't go before you reach them and give you time to course correct. So when we're going and we're looking at skiing, like the thing that we can learn from here in this area is that they have made failure obvious. Like, when you've hit one of these things, like you've done messed up. But they've also provided you enough space that it's recoverable before you literally of the cliff, right? So these are things that we could be using in games today. How can we work to make where failure is obvious and signal it to the player, but if they do come across this boundary, give them enough time to course correct and still have a great gaming experience? Now, just kind of sticking with the snow theme, I was trying to think of other areas we may be able to learn from. And I actually started thinking about the explorations that happen in Antarctica and all the scientific research that happens there. And one of the things that does regularly happen to the scientists who are down there is they experience whiteout conditions. So much so that it gets really, really hard to know where you are. So when these explorers end up leaving the safety of their research facilities, or if they're in a camp that's further away, how they find their way back is putting very simple flags at regular intervals that are fairly close together. And sometimes these flags, like, they don't have to be nice quality flags. Like, it can be a cloth that's on a stick, right? Just something that has contrast from the snow. Because one of the things that happens when there's so much snow, when you're in these whiteout conditions, it's really hard to take in everything at once. And one of the things that gets really enforced when using these flags for navigation in these whiteout conditions is that, these small and frequent flags are much easier to find and orient against than a single monolith, huge landmark to try to go against. So leaving these breadcrumbs are way more effective and way better at keeping these people safe in whiteout conditions than having something single and large that they try to orient against. Right? So that's something that we can be doing in games as well. I mean, I think we got to see a little bit of that with some of the features we've just seen in games talked about today, or even the Golden Path in South and Midnight. Those are things that we can learn from and try to adapt. What are our flags in the whiteout? And not at all related to snow. Japan's really, really fun. I have been lucky enough that I have got to go to Japan on 2 separate occasions. I had a blast, but I don't speak Japanese. I would say I don't speak any Japanese, but that's not true. I can say, suitcase wa doko desu ka? Which means, where is the suitcase? Not my suitcase, by the way. Where is the suitcase? I don't know how that would help, because even if this person happened to, number 1, know what suitcase I was talking about, and number 2, know where it was, I wouldn't understand what they told me anyway. The language barrier is a real issue. But you know what? I still had a fantastic time in Japan, and I was able to get around on their train system, no problems. And one of the really cool and unique things about the Japanese trains are the jingles that happen at each of the stations. So these are unique jingles for different locations. So rather than having to understand or recognize, learn a name in Japanese for a location, or trying to search out some English text so I can figure out where I am, I can be way more quickly oriented by hearing these little jingles. And those are going to stick in your brain way faster than text or repeated instruction, especially, again, to non-Japanese speakers. I mean, I think we can all acknowledge how infectious radio jingles can be. I know phone numbers to businesses in St. Louis from when I was 10 that I will always know because of their radio jingles, right? So think of the power of those cues. How can we be utilizing systems like that and memory methods like that to quickly help our players in the same way that the Japanese trains help me get around, decently? But there are so many other things that we can learn from. as well. You know, we are in a place in the world where we are a global economy, right? Shipping is always something that we're going to be involved in. But I found it really fascinating that in 2 times in history, we've essentially done the same things. So, amphorae, they are these clay pot things that are basically the ancient shipping container, for a lack of better description. They're standardized in size so they can all easily fit together, and you can stack tons of them in a row. They are all built specifically because of how standardized they are. And in fact, these were so standardized for their times, it's actually one of the ways that marine archaeologists can date a shipwreck, because they can look at the amphorae in it and specifically know like the year range that that amphorae was built as they updated over time. But years and years and years later, we essentially reinvented that with the shipping container. We made something else that is a standardized size that you can easily stack on top of each other. And in both of these incidents, the standardization allowed for increased organization, things being able to be stacked more efficiently. And it was because you always knew what was coming. You knew exactly how big it was going to be, and so you knew exactly where you could put it. This standardization unlocked, and for games will unlock, efficiency. I was thinking a lot in games of, you know, way back when I first realized this, you know, we standardize other things in games, like doors. Like, you make one door animation for your game, and then every single door will have the doorknob at the exact same height and the hinge at the exact same width, all of that stuff, right? But we haven't really thought of or done that in terms of accessibility, make modules that can easily be dropped back and forth. And whether it's the game, the engine, that sort of thing, we're starting to go down this path today with things like the accessibility tags that we'll get to hear more about. But that's still only, yeah, I heard the woo. That's still kind of talking about the end description of what we're trying to do. That doesn't really solve the tech part, so we can drag and drop it a little easier. But if we start thinking about how we can standardize some of our work, I think we could really make a fantastic impact. But really the last lesson from outside of gaming that I thought that we could really hone in on is about space pens. So fun fact, pens do not work in space because pens need gravity for the ink to flow. If you are in space, you do not have gravity, therefore you cannot pen. Now, back when we were first working on space travel, NASA developed an entire program specifically to make a pen that would work in space. Also, a fun fact, I do have a space pen that I was gifted for accessibility work randomly, which is why I know about space pens. So I guess this is the most relevant example in the talk. But wow, like NASA literally had to invent a pen that worked in space. But sometimes we overthink, you know, was making a space pen the best choice? No, it wasn't. You know why? Because you know what works fine in space? Pencils. That's what the cosmonauts used. Oh, we have a... Oh, okay. No, this is a fun fact. I didn't know this. TLDR, these pens can cause fires, or these pencils can cause fires because of the graphite. But I think it still goes back to my initial thing to try to solve, which is when NASA first started working on a pen, they were trying to solve pens do not work in space. The actual problem they needed to address was astronauts need to write in space. Was the pen the right answer? Also, why a pen over a crown? I don't know. Like, maybe that would have solved both the fire issue and also not required space pen technology, right? So a lot of times I think it's so easy for us to see a problem and going to immediately address the problem. It reminded me of in one of the earlier talks, there was like, if you break down the design itself, you can really get to the root of the issue. And that's it for this one, right? Like, the root was astronauts need to ride in space. There technically wasn't a requirement that it be a pen. There was a secondary requirement I now know of, also should not cause fires, but that does not mean that the pen itself may have been the best solution, right? So when we think about tackling problems, we really need to go back and identify what we are trying to solve rather than spinning up stuff just to make it happen. So just kind of recap some of these. With skiing, we can learn that we can make failure obvious and recoverable. From whiteout conditions, we can learn that small, frequent anchors can help orient users faster than large monolithic ones. From the train music, we can learn that sometimes nonverbal recognition is a faster way to get people on the right track. From shipping containers, we can learn that we can standardize for efficiency if we put our heads together. And then for space pens, we can just learn to solve the right problem, right? But remember the HARs and our beautiful Mount Rainier. Sometimes the simplest method can be the best method. Take all of those lessons and hopefully you can find the right solve for your problem by just taking the time to analyze it. And so that's my micro talk. Thank you. We'll be taking a short break and back in 10 minutes. All right, gentle whisper as we come back. All right, thank you, everyone. So I know that this next talk, people have been very excited to check out. I know that, you know, one of the things with subtitles, especially if you have a game that has a lot of dialogue, somehow there always ends up being something that doesn't quite actually end up matching the VO, whether there was an improvisation by the actor in the booth, whether the writing got changed, whether everything just came in last minute. Sometimes simple mistakes happen. And the more dialogue in your game, the even more difficult it can be to test to make sure that your subtitles are accurate, which is why we're excited to share this talk that can hopefully make subtitle testing easier and help us ensure that we're delivering high quality work. Let's check it out.
Hi everyone, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Ian. I'm working at the University of Alberta as a master's student at the Asgard Lab under Corpol. Today I'm going to be talking about automated testing for subtitle accessibility in games. Start. Subtitles in games. Subtitles today are used by everyone. This is probably common knowledge for all of you, but New Dawn booted with subtitles on by default, and 97% of players didn't turn them off. In other games, which launched with subtitles off by default, more than half of players turned them on, and this is reproduced multiple times. So these are a feature that is used by about everyone, and it's critical to ensure that subtitles are correct and that they match the audio experience. So we have to ensure that subtitles are actually present when they need to be. And as was reported in Can I Play That, this doesn't always happen to be the case. Hitman 3 appears to be missing lots of subtitles in a new bonus mission, which probably makes it a little hard to find out crucial information, or is just jarring for those that are expecting them to be there. Subtitles also need to be aligned. So subtitles need to match dialogue. And in this Reddit thread, I'm not sure if anyone else has noticed this, but I'm replaying Red Dead Redemption 2 with subtitles this time, and sometimes what the characters say is nowhere near what the subtitles say. Other people had, in fact, noticed this as well. And we need to ensure that subtitles are typo-free. We got to be clear on this. He don't take kindly to strangers. And we can see common mistake here. 2 is not correctly spelled. This was also noticed on Reddit. So players are noticing when subtitles are incorrect. Subtitles have bugs that make it to release. And we can imagine that these aren't all the bugs that we would have seen, and they have to be verified during development. Why is ensuring correctness hard? Visual cues and subtitles are everywhere. Say, for instance, you're playing Baldur's Gate 3 and you can speak to animals, and you will know you can speak to squirrels in Baldur's Gate 3 with branching dialogue. All of these dialogues and subtitles have to be verified. There's text in just about every part of the game, from the tutorial to the end of the game. So in God of War, we can see some text talking about quick turn. Subtitles also are not just seen as audio files and stored in a database, but they're presented in the game by the engine, and so they can be seen in many scenarios. Say, for instance, in Destiny 1, we see this yellow font subtitle or yellow colored subtitle on a snowy background. The player rotates. We could also see it on another patch of snow and be equally terrible. We can also imagine that the player could swap armor or their gun, and this would change the way that the subtitles look. The process of manually checking subtitles becomes tedious. Checking barks in San Andreas to checking long blocks of text in XCOM. Like I said, there's a lot of text and audio to verify, so this becomes a long process. We automated subtitle verification in our paper. We came out with a tool that extracts speech and text from videos and compares the two to ensure correctness. An input is a subtitled scene. We extract audio, and we extract images of the scene, and we can extract the text from both of them to compare the two. Here, both of them say so much better than us. So we have a perfect match. Our automation uses two types of models. The first is a speech recognition model, and the second is an optical character recognition model, which is also known or can be called a text recognition model. OCR models read text from images, like text on a receipt. So say we have this Walmart receipt, we want to get some crucial information from the lines in the receipt and store this in a database. Well, we can find out that the receipt is from Walmart and store that. Might be interesting. We can equally apply OCR to any type of image with text. So some people use this for identifying road signs in driverless cars, and we apply this to extracting subtitles in cutscene images. Speech recognition models output text from audio. So we take an input audio wave, we pass it through a network, and we get, "I used to be an adventurer like you" from Skyrim, from this dashing former adventurer. Our tool reports any missing subtitles automatically. So our inputs from the audio and the images of our cutscene or our subtitled scene, we get one that says so much better than us. The other, let's say, is missing the word so, and we report that there's no match for this word. We also can report misaligned subtitles automatically. So if our former adventurer is saying, "I used to be an adventurer," but we have a mismatched audio and text, and our text says so much better than us, well, there's no matches for any of those words in the audio. We also report subtitle typos automatically. The audio says so much better than us, and the text reads so much bitter than us. Well, there's a partial match there that someone should check. We learned a lot automating this process, so we'll share some of that here. First, we found that OCR is not very good at extracting subtitle text, at least not as good as it is in extracting text from receipts. Say, this text from Cyberpunk 2077, "Takamura, hey, I was listening to that." That's what we expect, and what we get is a bunch of noisy characters. There's tilde, there's a little bit at the end that isn't actually in the subtitle, and this comes from elements of the background that OCR models represent as text. This happens because subtitles have different colors, backgrounds, sizes, so they can look like this as they do in Tomb Raider. They can look like this as they do in Dead to Rights. OCR can have more trouble with one than the other, but across the board, we saw OCR has issues with extracting subtitles. Sometimes subtitles have multiple colors, which OCR tends to miss. So in Modern Warfare, here the speaker is in one color and the text is in another, and we found that this causes issues in the OCR models that we tried. And sometimes subtitles clash with in-game prompts and backgrounds. Say in Metal Gear Solid here, we have a triangle prompt overlapping with our subtitle text, and OCR is going to have trouble reading this section. So we applied a pipeline to make OCR accuracy higher due to these challenges. So imagine this input, stranger is so much better than us, so much smarter, has this background. We can imagine that the original image was the entire crop of the image. And we take a subsection of that and apply some processing techniques to get something closer to our Walmart receipt, which OCR does a lot better at reading. And we want to make sure our OCR accuracy is very high, because any mistakes in OCR means that we're incorrectly reporting discrepancies. We don't want to be like the boy who cried wolf, and we want to make sure that when we tell a tester to check something, it's actually incorrect. But we argue that sometimes mistakes in OCR should be checked, and they can point out readability issues. So for example, here, when we have another frame from the cutscene in God of War, stranger's so much better than us, and I'll squint to read the last part, so much smarter. Even after our pipeline, OCR is unable to make out the last parts. We argue that some of these things should be checked. We found, on the other hand, speech recognition models work pretty well out of the box. So they can faithfully capture our former adventurer when they speak. But speech recognition models still make mistakes on video game character names. So Brother Dorkins here from Red Dead Redemption 2, we're speaking about him in an audio, and we get output Brother Dawkins, which isn't quite correct. So to address this, we used a trick used in the US Census in the 1920s to match words phonetically, which when census takers got names and didn't get the spellings, they would index them the same way. So SoundX is a phonetic algorithm for indexing names by sound as they're pronounced. Say we have one spelling for Stephen and the incorrect spelling for Stephen. We index them the same way. My dad's name is Stephen, spelled with a PH, just to clarify. So what do we look forward to in accessibility and automation? Well, first of all, we want to continue seeing games with correct and adjustable subtitles, where you can change the subtitle size, and you can change just about anything that you'd like to make sure that they're readable for you. So background colors, text colors, size. We want to point out that we think that there is room for automation tools and better standards. I'll point out that for web accessibility, there's an entire market of products that are out there. And this is primarily due to the focus of web content accessibility guidelines, or the WCAG, which promote different tools like this to exist. So Andy and SiteImprove are used to check automatically different criteria from the WCAG and ensure that our websites are accessible. Most of all, we look forward to playing with all of you. If you want to read more about our lab, you can scan the QR code underneath Asgard And if you'd like to read the entire paper that we wrote on this subject and some of the nitty-gritty details, then you can read by scanning the QR code under Echo Test. Thank you.
I want to say my favorite part of the talk is the additional 50 ways I've learned how to spell Steven in the Discord. But I don't know that that's actually the best takeaway from this presentation. I think what was great and people immediately caught on to is this tool, which was there to test for the accuracy of the text, would get blocked by accessibility issues as well. So like even when making an automated system to check for a certain type of bug, inaccessibility could block the automated system, which could then be used to highlight like, hey, look, you have a new issue. So that's kind of a fun but unfortunate 2-for-1 in the tool, because it sucks that that issue was there in the first place. But I really, appreciate that, the system just says like, yes, this is not good enough. This does not match because it's unreadable. You know, there is, I will not publicly shame the game, but there is a game that I really love that has white text. And I remember in the first level playing it, and there's white text and no background for the subtitles, and it's on snow. And just, it's so frustrating. You don't even know if it's accurate, right? But knowing that the system would capture things like this is absolutely fantastic. I know people were excited to have it. I know that Clara in chat definitely wanted to know for no reason how this would do with a game with about 10 hours of branching dialogue for like whatever. So I'm really excited for people to be able to check this out and get their hands on it. So we'll be taking another short break, and then we'll be back with our next micro talk. Thank you. Hello, and welcome back. Being very quiet so we don't scare them online. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your short break. So, our next micro talk is a fantastic follow up to Morgan Baker's earlier talk about EA's accessibility program. She kind of talked about how they operated at a full publisher level. But what I love about this talk is you actually get to see the impacts of all of that work and all that organization and how it manifests in an individual product. And I know that Wobbly Gamer is in the Discord already super excited because this is the talk he wanted to see most, and I know that. So yeah, I guess this talk's for you, Wobbly. There you go. All right, let's check it out.
Hi everyone, my name is Ivana and I'm a development director at EA. And today I want to talk to you a little bit about how we made FC26 more accessible. So this all started not really with a grand strategy, but really a simple moment of connection back in February of 2024. I attended a learning session led by Morgan Baker, who some of you may know, and I was in awe, not just of her deep knowledge and expertise in accessibility within the gaming industry, but also of her passion. And afterwards, we connected, and together we asked, why aren't we doing more for accessibility in FC? And that exchange lit a spark. It wasn't an official project, it wasn't on any roadmap. It was simply a recognition that this mattered, and it wasn't going to happen unless someone leaned in. So after that spark in February, the question became, how do we turn this into something real? And the first step was getting the space to try. We worked on convincing senior leadership to let us hold workshops. We thought this was the first step to give space to this initiative and share knowledge about accessibility. And to their credit, they didn't shut it down, they gave us room. Not a mandate, not a budget line, just enough space to do our thing. Honestly, felt a little bit like one of those ask for forgiveness later moments. So we organized the first accessibility design workshops. It wasn't a small lift. We are asking designers, producers, QA, and software engineers across FC to step out of their regular work. We're asking for 2 full days right in the middle of finaling, and that's a really big ask. But here's what made it truly inspiring. We brought in players with disabilities for the workshops, real people who actually play our game, and they gave direct feedback to the team. Seeing someone navigate a menu or struggle with a mechanic we thought was simple hit differently. And when players shared how a small change can mean the difference between being excluded or fully included, you could feel the room shift. And importantly, we treated these players as experts. We paid our disability consultants for their time and insights, just as we would any other expert guiding our development process. And that principle really mattered. With the feedback and the educational component of the workshops, the attendees got to work at really breaking down everything they heard and how it could apply in FC. And the feedback from our devs told the same story. After the workshops, 88% of attendees said they would highly recommend the experience to their peers, and 96% said that hearing directly from players with disabilities was highly insightful, that it enhanced their understanding of accessibility challenges within FC. Those 2 days didn't just produce ideas, they united the group. They showed us measurably the difference this work could make for our players. And that's what turned momentum into movement. Those workshops proved something important. Accessibility wasn't just a good idea, it was possible, it was practical, and it was inspiring. Once people experienced that energy, the word spread. Someone would leave a workshop and tell a colleague, you need to be a part of this. Designers told other designers, engineers told other engineers, and before long, we had a growing circle of people across FC who wanted in. And that's how our accessibility champs were born. What started with 2 people back in February of 2024 quickly became 10, then 20, then 50. 50 champs across design, engineering, QA, and production, all volunteering time to learn, share, and advocate for accessibility. It really felt like a ripple spreading outward until accessibility was part of conversations it had never been in before. And that visibility began to change how we build features. Accessibility stopped being an afterthought and started becoming a checkpoint in development. When a new feature was on the table, teams would ask, does this take accessibility into account? And sometimes the answer wasn't just about making a feature accessible. The feature itself became an accessibility improvement. A great example is the high contrast mode that Paul will talk about in a little bit. At the same time, we started building the infrastructure around this movement. We created the FC Accessibility Hub, which is an internal centralized resource with tools, best practices, player feedback, and research insights. We have the Accessibility Design Council, which brings in community accessibility advocates for exclusive feedback sessions across all of our game modes. And we have the EA's accessibility tools like Iris and Fontic, which make sure our games are safer and more inclusive from the ground up. So today, it's not just a few passionate people or a handful of workshops. It's a champion program, it's accessibility baked into our features, and it's a growing ecosystem that keeps accessibility at the center of how we build. So let's talk a little bit about our framework and where we are. So this framework shows how we see accessibility as a journey and not a single milestone. Knowledge is really the foundation. We're always learning, building awareness, and sharing understanding across teams. From there, we began exploring opportunities and tools, experimenting to see what was possible, and really establishing foundation of knowledge, which our workshops were stepping stones to this. The next step is integration. So making accessibility a core part of development, so it's no longer a side conversation, but a part of how we build. As we go into our second cycle, we are hoping to see this evolution. As we mature, the focus shifts to consistency and scale, so players experience accessibility across the board. And in the future, the goal is leadership, not just practicing accessibility ourselves, but innovating, advocating, and inspiring others in the industry. This is a patient process. We don't expect to lead on day one, but by moving step by step, we're building towards that future. Thank you, and now I'll pass it over to Paul.
Hi, folks. My name is Paul Parsons, and I should probably start by saying that I'm not an accessibility expert like Morgan, or someone with the vision to create a whole accessibility initiative like Avona. What I am is one of the people who attended a workshop that they created and was profoundly affected by the experience. So my area of expertise is gameplay, essentially everything that happens between the whistles in our game, and we take the player experience very seriously. So having people from the disabled community come up to us and say quite clearly that not only are we not getting the job done, but we're falling way short of the mark was tough to hear. Fortunately, while I'm not an expert in accessibility or creating internal programs, I am one of the people who helps create and define the feature set each year. So once the Accessibility Champs group was created and it identified a feature set that they believed was achievable for FC26, one of my gameplay designers, Santiago Santamayor, offered to write a feature brief that could then get moving through the system. It was a bit of an odd one because accessibility isn't just about one game area. It touches the whole product, front-end presentation, rendering, gameplay, UXR, and more. And in that list, gameplay was by far the smallest component when it comes to who would actually be building the features. But accessibility needed a home. It needed to have an actual feature owner who could be a hub for all the spokes. Now, I think that this was key to our features becoming a reality. And in fact, I think it's one of the reasons why a game at a large studio can sometimes stumble when it comes to accessibility features. Accessibility doesn't fit into one of the neat pre-existing boxes that define the rest of the game. So you have to make a box for it if you want to take it seriously. And so by having that central feature brief within one of the existing teams at the studio, we were able to plug it into the existing machinery that allows an annual sports title to operate. Now I could advocate it for it. Teams could schedule against it, and it could move from grassroots initiative to a proper feature that fit within our development framework. Now, you've probably noticed that I titled my section High Contrast Mode, but have been talking about features in plural. That's partially because we had some other improvements we put in, such as the ability to toggle on and off the backing video in the main menu, the addition of accessibility options in the initial boot flow, and a setting that simplifies the inputs necessary to utilize skill moves. But there are also other things we put in that are specific to the visual environment of a simulated football match. Things like the shadows on the stadium, the mole pattern of the grass, that 4-part shadow that you see in a night match under stadium lights that, it looks really cool, but it can interfere with visual clarity. Those were all included because they reflected specific feedback we got from our Accessibility Council and others, but it's all part of that core principle of removing any visual barriers to clear contrast. So we kind of tend to refer to it all under the banner of high contrast mode. So here are some of the actual accessibility settings in the game. Up top are some of the options we have available, some of which were in the game previously. But down here you see high contrast mode, as well as some other options I mentioned earlier. Things like the ability to turn off the stadium shadows or player shadows, or even just changing the mole pattern on the grass, since they could all potentially get in the way of seeing what's happening on the pitch. For high contrast mode itself, we made sure that there were plenty of different options. Full customizability is essential because there's so many different colors in a football match. There's a home team and an away team, home and away keepers, there's the referee, and there's also the ball, all of which could still need to be distinctive from one another. And we also wanted to make sure players could decide, do I just want the kit shaded or do I want the whole player shaded? Because for some people, seeing those hairstyles and skin tones also help them differentiate players in important areas like what foot am I playing with, what play styles do I have? So we didn't want someone to lose that if it was part of the experience that they valued. Now, this is an example of our game kind of at its worst, where we have major kit clash and all sorts of visual elements that could be obscuring things. Now, with all those settings turned off, this is the exact same match, but with the full high contrast suite. And so you can see just how easier it is to see what's going on. And we even have this feature where we chose to turn off the high contrast mode when you go into celebrations, because then you still get that feeling of seeing your team's jersey colors and things like that. So I'm just going to leave you with some of the comments that we received after the accessibility seminars. I feel like I'm stealing Avona's thunder a bit by getting to put this all up here, but it really is a testament to how motivated people became toward accessibility after those sessions. And one last thing is I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to Avona and myself speak, but I really want to emphasize just how critical it was for us to have accessibility specialists we could consult with at any time and who could validate that our designs were as effective and far-reaching as possible. Morgan Baker and Luke Yu were indispensable, as were the many people across FC who came together to build these features. All the best. Thank you very much for listening to us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
I love how many people thought that we were going to make Morgan, the heavily pregnant woman, do another talk. No, look, once she gets this baby out of the way, we'll give her her own day at GAConf, but for now, we need to let her rest. Someone had said in the Discord, I think it was Jessica, this conference brought to you by workshops. And I really want to drive that in. We have had so many great talks from dev teams talking about where their ideas started, where they first had their mind shifted in the right place. And it was having these moments of talking directly to disabled players frequently brought to them via these workshops. And so like if there couldn't be like a better advertisement for like, please maybe look into doing these workshops, learn from the existing talks on how to run them, get the Microsoft kit on how to put together your own. They are hugely impactful. I mean, literally one of the statistics that they said at the beginning was 96% of the people involved said hearing from the disabled players was impactful. I mean, we don't want to talk about those other 4%. We should probably refer them for some help somewhere, but like I think that really drives home like just having these conversations and having the direct engagement for the community is what opens these doors. And I loved how this team, highlighted kind of their path of accessibility through exploration and integration and their next steps and their next goals of maturity and leadership. But one of the things that Morgan had put in the Discord, that these two were not taking as much credit as they should, because you have to think this is a quick turnaround for a game. A year ago, their champs program did not exist. A year ago. They did all of this in a year due to passion and their learnings, right? And one of the other things I just wanted to call out was like, not only did they ship this like deeply thought of high contrast mode, it is available in all of the different play modes, including competitive. Unfortunately, so frequently we see players with disabilities who are, for lack of a better term, punished for turning on these accessibility modes and can't engage fully with the rest of the players in the community for, either limited achievements or limited matchmaking, something like that. But now with what this team was able to do, they can bring their best everywhere to play with everyone in all modes. And that is incredibly exciting. So with that, we are going to be taking another short break, and we will be back here at 2:30 for our last lightning talk of the day. Thank you. And from behind the stand, she gently approaches the podium like a speaker resuming after, I don't know. Okay, look, Jet user thought it'd be funny if I tried to like come back like I was doing some kind of nature documentary, but my brain was not fast enough to narrate in real time like I was David Attenborough or something. So apologies. Or you're welcome, Michael. It's up to you. So we are going into our last micro talk. Now, a lot of the times when we are talking about game accessibility, the reality is we are thinking of living room setups or office setups, right? Like a lot of us have history either developing for PC or console. We have some mobile developers in here as well. But again, that's not the reality of every human gaming experience. And particularly among the older of us, we had experiences at arcades when we were young, right? And believe it or not, arcades still exist. Occasionally, the youth will still go to them. But we don't often talk about the accessibility of spaces like arcades. And for this next talk, our speaker was so gracious as to share their story as someone who ended up having an arm amputated and how their experiences at arcades changed when they finally returned to gaming in them. So let's check it out.
Hi, I'm Charlie. On YouTube, I go by ChampUT. I have always been a huge gamer, but at the beginning of 2023, I lost my arm. And besides maybe a few examples, video game controllers have been designed for two-handed use for decades. So months went by, I tried different gizmos and gadgets, I even had freshman engineering students take a crack at it. But nothing felt the same, until I stumbled upon this, the Azron Cyro. This is how I play most of the games that I play. I also use this 3D printed thing to play certain games on Switch. And a year ago, I went to an arcade to see which games were the most playable for me. Check it out. I'm here at the Galloping Ghost Arcade, the biggest arcade in the world. I'm going to be trying out a bunch of games and seeing which ones are the most
Our captions were not appearing. So we're going to restart this video. And we are going to wait till we get confirmation from our captioner that they are back. Do 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 do. La da 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 da. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. Our captioner is actively troubleshooting a tech issue. So please hold while our captioner continues troubleshooting their tech issue. We are in communication with them though. We do see your captions. We see the captions. All right, let's kick it back off.
Hi, I'm Charlie. On YouTube, I go by ChampUT. I have always been a huge gamer, but at the beginning of 2023, I lost my arm. And besides maybe a few examples, video game controllers have been designed for two-handed use for decades. So months went by, I tried different gizmos and gadgets, I even had freshman engineering students take a crack at it. But nothing felt the same, until I stumbled upon this, the Azeron Cyro. This is how I play most of the games that I play. I also use this 3D printed thing to play certain games on Switch. And a year ago, I went to an arcade to see which games were the most playable for me. Check it out. I'm here at the Galloping Ghost Arcade, the biggest arcade in the world. I'm going to be trying out a bunch of games and seeing which ones are the most accessible to me. I've always loved Galloping Ghost. I went here when I was a little two-armed boy. This is my first time going since becoming one-armed. Let me introduce you to my favorite arcade game in the world. This game is rad. Basically, it's a glorified whack-a-mole with buttons and a screen and a JoJo-esque art style. Ow. 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 Ow! Okay. Yeah, it's been about a year and a half since my amputation, but my stub is still really sensitive. I'm legit sweating.
This is just whack-a-mole, you're so right.
It's awesome. I love it so much. Who got the higher score, though? Let's see. Oh, no, you did get higher points than me. Wow, who could have expected it? Next game, House of the Dead. This game is completely one-handed, so I had absolutely no issues playing it. Just a handgun and a trigger. To reload, you just shoot off the screen. I can still shoot zombies. I guess I'll put these games in a tier list for how accessible they are to me. So, first Funky Fighter, C. I still had a lot of fun with it though. And House of the Dead, S. Now let's play a classic, Dig Dug. A lot of arcade games have a similar control setup, a joystick and buttons, usually one or two. Obviously, the original intention designing these games was for one hand to be used for the joystick and the other for the buttons. But for Dig Dug, I used one hand. I didn't even use my stub. I used my thumb and finger for the joystick and my pinky when I needed to use the pump. I'm good at Dig Dug. Yeah, I wasn't good, but I could play it. B tier. Alright guys, I've seen all your comments suggesting that I should play fighting games, so your wish is my command. Karate Champ! In this game, each player has two joysticks, one for moving and the other for attacking. And instead of each player having health, the game is separated into rounds, where the first player to hit the other just once wins that round.
Half point.
No! You won again.
I won with my 200 points.
Half point.
I got you. Yay.
Second choice. Yippee!
Yeah, at first I was using my stub to control the right one, but then I switched to just my hand and it actually became way easier. Yo! Gotcha. I figured out the meta, dude.
You did. I'm sucking.
Gotcha.
How does this thing work? What is going on?
I'm just too good for you. Isn't this game great? They should rename this game to Karate Champ-UT. The control setup isn't the most accessible, but I don't think more accessibility would give me more of an advantage. So, S tier. Fuck you. Next up is another game I haven't heard of, Cosmic Cruiser. The control setup of this one is a joystick to move with a trigger on it to shoot and a dial to aim. So I had to switch between the two, sometimes in quick succession. I was able to play some of the game, but this is one of the least accessible games that I tried out. How do I use one arm to move a joystick, press a button on said joystick, while simultaneously moving a dial on the other side? F tier. Asteroids! No joystick in this game, just 5 buttons arranged in a line like this. Rotate left, rotate right, hyperspace, thrust, and fire. Oh god, that is... Whoa, that is hard. That is impossible. The arrangement of the buttons meant that I had to stretch my hand across them or awkwardly just switch between them. And at this point, I decided to just stop using my stub because it hurt too much. I give up. I had a lot of trouble with this game, but it very easily could have been accessible to me. There are 5 buttons, but what if they were placed like this instead? It's a small change, but I'd be able to press all the buttons with one hand, one finger for each button. And other people could still play with 2 hands if they want, or just put a joystick in there. Asteroids? Nah, D. Not throwing shade though, it was made in 1979, before disabled people were invented. Up next, another classic space shooter, Sinistar. This game has a joystick, but the controls were still not the best for me. The fire and Cinnabomb buttons were pretty far from the joystick, so again I had to stretch my hand uncomfortably to reach everything. Here, let me fix it. Sinistar gets a C for C? Easy fix. I am Sinistar. Next, another one of my favorites, Smash TV. This is another one where each player has 2 joysticks, like Karate Champ. But the joysticks are just a little further apart in this one, which makes the game a lot harder to play. This game is another C. Big money! Next up, the original Mario Brothers. You can't even jump on turtles in this game.
Oh no!
Oh my god, are you kidding me? What do we have to do?
Oh, I don't know.
No, we just have to get rid of the turtle shells. We have to jump above them, and then we have to kick them.
Mario game over.
Oh my god, we suck at this.
I'm still alive. Speak for yourself. I don't actually know what I'm doing, though. I gotta be real.
This game was playable. Just a joystick and a button. Chloe and I both just sucked. A tier. But you haven't seen nothing yet. Picture that I'm rubbing my hands together deviously. Now these Mario Brothers are super. Aw, dang it! Yeah, right next to the Mario Brothers is basically just a port of Super Mario Brothers for the NES. In this one, there's a joystick and 2 buttons. Oh, no. I'm good. At first, I was sucking. Chloe was getting ahead of me. Then, I figured it out, and this game became perfectly accessible to me. Dude, I figured out the control setup, dude. I just put my palm on the joystick. Yo! Arguably, Mario Brothers is more accessible control-wise because it's one less button, but I'm gonna give Super Mario Brothers an S tier because it's an infinitely better game and I had way more fun playing it. Pong. I don't care what anybody says, this game is still fun. And Galloping Ghost has their own branded Pong machine, which is pretty cool. It's completely accessible too, just one dial. Oh, damn.
I'm so good at Pong. This is the skill that I've been waiting for.
You're fucking crushing me, dude. Chloe beat me 11-7, but unlike First Funky Fighter, I know it had absolutely nothing to do with me having one arm. I just suck at Pong. Or Chloe's good. Or both. I don't know. S tier. Next game.
Want to play Ninja Clowns?
Ninja Clowns? Yo, I want to play Ninja Clowns. The name was great. We couldn't resist. This game's a beat 'em up. There's one joystick and 3 buttons. We don't really look like ninjas. This game should just be called Clowns.
But they're fighting.
Neither of us play beat 'em ups though, so I don't know. I'm just button mashing now.
I'm always kind of button mashing.
I was able to press all the buttons. I was just going which is probably what it would have been doing if I had 2 arms. Ninja Clowns gets a B. Also on closer inspection, I think Dig Dug deserves an A. Next up is Quake Arcade Tournament Edition. I actually really like Quake. It's a fun shooter with a Lovecraftian horror art style and music by the 9 Inch Nails. I didn't get to play Half-Life 2 Survivor, but this is pretty close, so I was really excited when I saw it. This is what the controls look like. That's too many buttons, dude. 7 buttons and one of those roller ball things. Clearly it's made for your left hand to go here and your right hand to go on the ball with your thumb on the attack button. But if I use my stub, I can't press that button. I have to shimmy my hand over here every time I want to shoot my gun. Yeah, that's too much. Quake is very complex for an arcade game. It's first person in a 3D environment, so I get that it's not very accessible to me. I can play it at home, but I need to use my Azeron Cyro. They could have made it more accessible to me, but how far can you do that until it's inaccessible to the general public? I don't know. This gets an F, but no shade. Alright, final arcade game. What do you think it's gonna be? Pac-Man? This guy right here? No, just a joystick, dude. That's accessible. S tier. Cubert? Also a joystick. S. The last one is going to be a fighting game. The First Funky Fighter, that is. Oh, what? It's in the name. Look at me there, going absolutely crazy on those buttons. Chloe's turn. And guys, you won't believe this. I actually beat her. In this game where having both your arms gives you a big advantage, I actually prevailed. Fuck.
It was close though.
Did you actually believe me? I did get a higher score than I did before, so that's something, I guess. And that was the end of our time at Galloping Ghost. Regardless of my ability to play a lot of these games, I still had a lot of fun. My first video was about how I figured out how to play mainstream games on console and PC, and that was a long, difficult, and frustrating process. I thought it would feel similar for arcade games, but it really didn't. There were a lot of games that I could very easily play, or at very least get used to playing. Some games were more difficult, some were practically impossible, but I was still having fun. What's funny is that a lot of these accessibility issues that I faced could be fixed very easily by just changing the arrangement of the buttons or moving things a little closer. Some of you might be thinking, why didn't you just bring your prosthetic arm? Well, I explained in that video that Steven is very clunky, heavy, and limited. Steven might have helped here and there, but I know generally he would have been a hindrance. But what's the point of this video? To shame video game companies from the 70s for not thinking of one-handed people? No. Quite the opposite, actually. My point is, unless you're playing Counter-Strike, or League of Legends, or Overwatch, or Rocket League, or Valorant, I could go on. Games are supposed to be fun, and people with all different abilities deserve to have fun, even if they suck. So that was fun, right? Let me leave you all with some of my general thoughts about video game accessibility. 1. Customizability is everything. Everyone has their own needs. I personally need all my controls to be close together and left-hand compatible, but there is no one-size-fits-all solution. This goes for software as well. Why is the ability to change key bindings a staple in PC games, but is hard to come by in console games? Let me at least change what my buttons do so I can play comfortably. 2. Keep in mind the types of games that people like to play. I've gotten comments from people that say that I could more easily play turn-based RPGs with one arm, but I don't personally care for turn-based RPGs. So yeah, the Xbox Adaptive Controller helped me play Hollow Knight while I was in the hospital. Yo, I'm playing Hollow Knight. Actually playing Hollow Knight. Dude, isn't that rad, dude? Dude. Dude, yeah, give the camera to me. Yeah. But it took about a year before I could play Half-Life 2 again. Don't just think about the bare essentials for gaming with a disability. Dig deeper. What do they really want to play? And 3, take some notes for future disabled gamers. Have a big book of case studies if you have to. If occupational therapists knew what worked for certain people with certain disabilities with certain games in the past, it would save a lot of people the emotional torment. I want to play Portal 2 for the millionth time. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Now, I think the one thing that didn't get hit on that really left us with an open question is how do you think he spells Steven for his prosthetic arm? I don't know, but I'm going to be thinking about it for the rest of the conference. It is so amazing to see his interactions with all of these different setups, all of these different games. And I think just watching him experience this physical space really just harkened back to, again, things that have already been said, that customization is key. Sometimes simplifying is all right. And really, he just wanted to be able to play games and have fun. But as he did call out, before 1979, there weren't disabled people. So we will give the people designing those machines a little bit of grace. They probably could have, made some changes to their future editions, but I know new things are scary and hard to learn. So with that, we are going to go ahead and go into our break. We're going to shorten it just a little bit so that we can stay on schedule after the delay. So we will be back at 3:15, and for everyone in the room, we do have snacks at the back, so please enjoy, and I will see you at 3:15. Thank you. Hello, and welcome back to another top 40 hit in the Game Accessibility Radio channel. All right, hello, everyone. Welcome back. I am very interested scientifically in what popcorn people were choosing. So for those online, we had 3 types of popcorn available. We had Cajun style, chocolate, and truffle. It looks like truffle was the most popular. How do we feel about that? Okay. I mean, I got the truffle, but I'm gonna be real. I'm going back for the chocolate. That has my name on it. And there is still more. So if you have not gotten any of the popcorn yet, please enjoy. So we are rounding out day 2 and our final section of talks. So this next talk from Tabby is all about VR and accessibility. VR offers some really unique challenges, from the physical headset to being able to move around. And of course, for some people, myself included, the all dreaded motion sickness or sim sickness. But there are ways that we can create great experiences for players in VR and really prioritize their comfort. So in this next talk, we will get to hear all about things that we can do to make more accessible and comfortable VR games.
Hi everyone, welcome to my talk, VR is for Everyone, Designing Comfort in a Night in the Attic. My name's Tabby, and I'm the UX Director for Mighty Yell. We're an independent game studio in Toronto, Canada. I'm very pleased to be speaking at GAConf for my 2nd time this year. My last talk here was about UX and accessibility for our previous game, Big Con, and today I'd like to walk you through a brief accessibility postmortem for our VR title, A Night in the Attic. So let's talk a little bit about the process and thinking around making our studio's first VR game accessible. A Night in the Attic is a VR game made for the Meta Quest and Quest 2 and was released in April of 2023. You play as a child in your grandmother's attic, where you discover a magical tilting marble game based on Camelot of Arthurian legend. You play as a toy version of Guinevere in the game within a game in an adventure to save King Arthur. You solve environmental puzzles by tilting and rotating the board and using various tools found within each level to tinker with the world inside the board. As you'll see, A Night in the Attic was designed as a fully seated experience. So let's get into our problem space a little bit. Our first question, the big question is VR accessible? So VR is an inherently body-focused technology with emphasis on full body movement through space and full perception of alternate reality. In most cases, games and other experiences designed for VR must make assumptions about how a player's body takes up space, which can include their height above the ground, their physical size, the length of their limbs, and more. How they function, especially in terms of mobility, so not just for hands, but also potentially for outstretched arms, bending at the waist, their neck strength in the headset, etc. And how players will perceive the environment presented, including vision and hearing, as well as the connection between visuals and proprioception, which when disrupted causes simulation sickness. So as a technology so concerned with embodiment, VR games have the potential to be, and very often are, inaccessible in execution and full of barriers to play. So when we set out to make A Night in the Attic, we designed our game from an accessibility-first mindset, performing a full accessibility audit prior to finalizing our game mechanics. Our first step was to conduct a review of existing resources. VR accessibility is still an emerging field with several means of approach. Our main resources were the game accessibility guidelines. Our studio has used this list for several titles and they're pretty comprehensive, but they're not really targeted for VR, and simulation sickness especially needed to be addressed separately. We also used the meta guidelines for accessibility, which is a really good primer for some general VR considerations and best practices. And finally, we used a white paper titled Accessibility Guidelines for VR Games by Heilemann et al. That covered several sets of guidelines that were available in 2021. I found this source really invaluable for producing our final list of features. We also watched previous talks and reviewed general articles by disability advocates regarding VR. I've provided links to these resources included at the end of the presentation, as well as a link to a site where you can view the resources later, just in case we can't get those to you separately. The next step was to synthesize these guidelines into a set of recommendations. I made note of features that were already completed or built into our design plan. This process is very dependent on your game's plan mechanics. Next, we ran a cost-benefit analysis. As we're a pretty small team, we're fewer than 10 people. We prioritized accessibility features that we could most easily implement on a very tight budget and that could significantly reduce barriers to complete the game. I recommend running this activity with the team, or at least your design and tech leads, but preferably also art and audio, to determine the feasibility of each feature. You can categorize and rank potential features by development time or effort and an estimation of the benefit to the player base or reward. Of course, these priorities can change when you get to testing, but this activity will give you a really good starting point for your production plan. So during development, the next step is to test the features. You can start with internal playtests with team members or other easily gotten players for first impressions and any major barriers. We used a basic survey that all playtesters completed, which included both data for persona and marketing and questions designed to find pain points. We tested with a number of disabled players who gave more targeted accessibility feedback and observation in interview form, followed by the general exit survey. Our last step is to reprioritize incoming concerns from testers and adjust the design. You can and should do this several times during development, assuming you have time permitting. You'll see throughout the talk that we put really great importance on step 4 and 5. Though many of our features were built in based on the initial audit and design, many more were added or adjusted as a direct result of our playtests and interviews with players, especially with our disabled playtesters. So let's get into some examples. As we've seen, the relationship of a player's body to space is very intrinsic to the VR experience, so it feels appropriate to address accessibility using the same thoughtful processes used for designing physical environments and objects. I'd like to examine some of our accessible design choices through the lens of the 7 principles of inclusive design, a framework developed by real-life architects and product engineers. For my own purposes, I've slightly renumbered the principles, putting equitable use at the end, but the principles are flexibility in use, simple and intuitive use, perceptible information, tolerance for error, low physical effort, size and space for approach, and equitable use. We'll walk through one challenge for each principle, covering a range of barriers in mobility, input, attention and cognition, visual, auditory, and comfort concerns for a night in the attic. The first principle is flexibility in use. It states that the design should accommodate a range of individual preferences and abilities. This could refer to how a player interacts in VR using different kinds of inputs, including gripping versus pointing, handedness, playing while sitting versus standing, etc. The idea is to provide as much inherent choice as possible. Our primary mechanic is about tilting. Players can tilt a game board in order to roll a marble character along platforms and small puzzles. And players in A Night in the Attic can tilt the board in 3 ways. So you can either use your left or right hand, and inputs are mirrored on both controllers, so it doesn't matter which they use. Two-handed by gripping either side of the board, kind of like a steering wheel, or with either analog stick, which actually mimics more traditional video game movement. Our initial design only worked with one-handed tilting, which was exceedingly difficult to control in early playtests. Using a marble board like the one in the game really requires 2 hands for stability. Players will constantly try to use both hands, confuse the system, and end up with a very buggy and frustrating experience. So we knew we could not avoid involving a second hand. A system was developed to calculate the position difference between both hands if both were gripping the board in order to find a tilt vector, and this proved to be extremely intuitive. We added the joystick controls originally for internal use, but it became really clear pretty immediately that this was just a preferred way to play for some of us, so we quickly made it an option for all players. But we kept that one-handed version in just in case players couldn't or didn't want to use both hands. To make sure players knew they had choices, we also visualized the tilt options in a prominent early tutorial, which encouraged players to try all the different kinds of methods available to find one they liked, instead of hiding it in an options menu. So, some outcomes. The game was tested successfully by a player who could only use one hand. They were able to play one-handed with their left hand with little difficulty and no need whatsoever to change their controls in the options. Gameplay came very naturally to them, and they liked that controls were smooth and easy to figure out, and said that they made sense to play and felt intuitive. A further measure of success is that player reviews frequently call out the different interactions, and different people prefer different methods of play. So someone said, controlling the character works great. At the beginning, it's fun and interesting to control the game board by tilting and holding it, but I quickly switched to using the joystick, which didn't detract from the fun. A second person said, the hand controls on the box feel amazing. It's like holding the real thing. And someone else said, the grab controls method is very original but difficult. It's based on the old labyrinths and ball game mechanics. The other method, I call it sticks controls method, is way better. So we felt successful in providing and communicating choice in this case. Our next steps would be to add control remapping or providing a mouse and keyboard layout so that more people could adapt the controls with alternative controllers or for their own comfort. This would already greatly benefit players using other headsets via Steam, as they can't currently remap controls inside the game. The second principle is simple and intuitive use. The design is easy to understand regardless of the user's experience, knowledge, language skills, or current concentration level. In VR, this could be providing multiple modalities for information, including text and visuals. Virtual reality can be overstimulating by nature, as it imposes an environment on the player's senses, everything from ambient lighting to organization of objects. Therefore, it's important to simplify aspects of that environment where possible. In early playtests, objects would float anywhere you left them. This would cause, like trying to place these floating objects on surfaces and organize them would cause players to be very forceful during playtesting, which would cause unexpected and pretty buggy collision problems. Players also didn't know where to put certain objects like Guinevere in between levels. So to fix that, we made all tools have outlined spots within reach so it's easy to find everything's place. We magnetized objects to their spot when they're moved close so players don't like force things into place. Objects teleport to their spot after a few seconds of disuse so players can't lose objects in the world. And this teleporting is displayed with a little particle trail so that players can clearly see the path that something took. So it's kind of like a toy box that cleans up after you. In addition, players have access to a hint notebook which displays drawings of how tools fit together. This preserves a sense of playfulness and ability to figure something out and doesn't rely on language. So some outcomes for this. Our playtesters stopped having trouble grabbing and putting away levels and scrolls and intuitively used the other tools like the bee jar to capture bees. The joy for players became in figuring out puzzle interactions like where to use the crank and not basic tasks. If we had more time and budget, the very last tool in the game is a large sword, and the only place we could think to put it was on the table itself, which was actually under the game board. It's pretty hard to see, and sometimes we do get like support requests about not being able to find it or to be able to play that part, so we would find a different place for it if we could. The third principle is perceptible information. The design communicates necessary information effectively to the user regardless of ambient conditions or the user's sensory abilities. User interfaces can be particularly challenging to implement in VR because they're often designed to be screen-bound. So common menu conventions assume the design will be overlaid over all visuals at a fixed distance from the camera. This doesn't really work in VR, which completely replaces a player's visual sensation of space. In physical space, if a player can't see something clearly, they can lean in or they can bring a screen closer, even if there are no in-game options, such as font adjustment. But in VR, if you place something at a fixed distance from the player, such that it moves back as they move forward, they'll actually be like helpless to change that distance. So if the information also requires a player to turn, they might miss it entirely if they're seated and immobile. So our solution is to allow players to lean in or be able to grab and pull almost anything in the game. It can be grasped, pulled closer, pushed further, so our players can adapt the world to their ability. So that includes dialogue, UI elements, and anything like text-based in the game world. This has a playful side effect that highlights the body-environment relationship well. You can throw things, you can place things in midair, peer at details in the environment up close, and even play with the dolls on the main menu, in addition to being able to grasp and hold the story elements. And as a fallback for harder to read text in the scrolls, you may have also seen here, we provided a grabbable dialog box that displays all the same text in a much simpler and higher contrast font. So one playtester especially liked to bring things close to see them clearly as they had poor vision. They really liked menu movability, saying this is hardly ever an option in VR and, quote, it sucks because it makes things hard to read. And they also liked font contrast. However, they struggled with being able to see Guinevere, the game character, when she moved behind level elements such as under bridges or tunnels. So because they played the board with the board close to their face, they also missed out on tutorials which were placed above the center of the board and ended up above their field of vision. So if they played with the board up here to be able to see things, then information that pops up above it was impossible for them to see. So as a result, we ended up taking the feedback about Guinevere into consideration, and we implemented an X-ray shader to show where Guinevere is even when she moves behind objects. Tutorials were moved to the back of the board. So instead of being above the center of it, they're moved back away from the camera a little bit. So that, and they kind of stay at the back even when you rotate the board. So they're more likely to be seen no matter the board's distance from the player's face. You can still bring it closer to you, but it's going to be fixed to the back instead of fixed to the center, basically. So this example highlights the extreme importance of testing with users with a range of abilities and perceptions in order to uncover these solvable problems, because both fixes were very straightforward. If we had the time and budget, we would have had an option to separate any interactable elements from the rest of the world, maybe with an outline shader. We had several playtesters who struggled with certain puzzles because they were pretty embedded in the environment. It was hard to tell what was interactable and what was not interactable. So being able to show where those interactions are possible could have solved that. The fourth principle is tolerance for error. The design should minimize hazards and the adverse consequences of accidental or unintended actions. In VR, this is most relevant to interpreting imprecise player movements through space and making design choices that anticipate those errors and actively try to mitigate them. So it's pretty easy normally in a video game when you press a button, it does the thing. In VR, you're often doing small movements or things with your hands that are in space. So the game still has to be able to interpret that as an action, right? And interpret it correctly. So we noticed two kinds of player errors, which are identified via our playtest questionnaire, our post-playtest questionnaire. We asked, was there anything about the world, characters, or mechanics that behaved unexpectedly? What was your expectation compared to what happened? And most causes of frustration were, one, players trying to manipulate one object would accidentally move something else. So for example, new tools are hidden in the levels. Trying to pick up a new tool off the board could pick up the entire level and force them to have to replay the level from the beginning. Obviously, that's not super ideal. And secondly, the tilted marble mechanic is reliant on momentum. So it's very easy to lose control and fall off ledges or other danger zones and be teleported to the last checkpoint, which again is pretty frustrating. So in a pre-alpha playtest, one person wrote, I found it incredibly hard to move the character carefully and precisely. The overall feeling amounted to a lot of frustration. The puzzle seemed to demand very precise control out of the character very early on, and it felt like the rolling behavior didn't really afford me that much control. These mistakes didn't feel fair, fun, or joyful. So for these issues, I needed to work closely with the technical and level design team to come up with solutions that would improve the game feel. So firstly, we raise tools off the board when you first find them to physically separate the action from grabbing the board itself. So the tool rises up into the air and then you can grab it from the air. We added gravity wells that you can store the character in while using tools to prevent her from rolling away unexpectedly. And finally, we added edge detection. So that helps prevent falls while preserving some illusion of challenge. Players can still fall off, but they need a certain threshold of momentum. We immediately stop momentum when the player stops holding the board or tilt control, so she doesn't keep going. If you let go, she'll stop moving. And then finally in the options, as you can see here, we added a friction toggle to reduce the momentum to kind of slow the course of obstacles and make them easier to maneuver around. So there was some resistance to using options. That was the biggest takeaway that we had. Near the end of the playtest, one playtester was convinced to try lowering the character speed in the options, and they found they enjoyed the experience a lot more. But this took a lot of verbal encouragement by the interviewer. The tester wanted the option to be obfuscated as a difficulty choice or have the language around it changed. Their feeling was that using something called low character speed option felt like cheating. Despite these misgivings, they had an easier and more fun time playing with those options toggled. So we ended up renaming the options board friction and world speed just to mitigate some of that anxiety. Our level design changes went unremarked. Players didn't seem to notice our subtle means of preventing them from making errors, which is a really good outcome. So from a Steam review, rolling physics is very satisfying. It has nice inertia to it while being much more forgiving and responsive than IRL. If we had more time and budget, it's still really easy to accidentally grab the character off of the board because we can't really raise her up off the board. There are reasons that you might need to reset her progress, and so grabbing her is the way to do that. So that resets your progress to the last checkpoint, and if you do that accidentally, obviously you probably don't mean to go to the last checkpoint. So this is an intentional feature to prevent soft locks, but players often grab the character without understanding that it's going to reset their position. We could require and communicate further input intentionality, like an extra button press in addition to the grip, to stop that from happening. That does introduce potentially some other accessibility concerns, though, around like doing two actions at once. Okay, the fifth principle is low physical effort. The design should be able to be used comfortably and efficiently with minimum fatigue. As VR designers, we have to be especially cognizant of how bodies differ in shape and ability. What is comfortable for one person might be painful for another due to an acute or chronic injury. So what one person can easily reach might be an impossible task for another. We can end up with objects that are inside the chests of larger bodied people or beneath the floor or desk of a seated person. One design problem that was identified pretty early on was that in order to examine puzzles from different angles and to easily control Guinevere's direction or use tools, players had to twist the game board or tools around, and playtesters were reporting that this was like awkward, uncomfortable, or painful. So one of the potential recommendations that we came up with during our cost-benefit analysis earlier in the project was that we should find a way to allow movement along compass points to basically enable a person to easily choose a straight line path through a puzzle, since rolling with momentum is a pretty big dexterity challenge on its own. So what we ended up doing was implementing this board rotation on triggers at a fixed angle, so it's a 45-degree angle. You can still rotate the board manually if you want to, but combined with tilting, this enables players to move Guinevere in a much more controlled way by only using forward tilt and then using like basically the button to rotate the board when they need to change direction. This motion is much easier on wrist and elbow joints. So we couldn't totally fix the other problem, the tool use problem, and reviews do still mention that certain tools are awkward and clunky to use. It's most likely the crank that they're referring to, as it requires a sort of tight rotation motion, and that's something that we really did want to fix, and unfortunately we didn't have the time to. However, the easy board rotation seems to have made traversal pretty much a non-issue, as reviewers do enjoy the movement and the puzzle aspect and comment positively in most cases. So if we had time and budget, the other thing is we do still require the player to be able to stretch their arms out in order to grab tools off of their spots on the table. So we could add a feature to grasp a tool from a distance by pointing at it and having it teleport to you, and I think that would have been like preferred. But the challenge remains making sure that users don't accidentally grab tools when trying to perform other overlapping actions. The sixth principle is size and space for approach and use. Appropriate size and space should be provided for approach, reach, manipulation, and use regardless of the user's body size, posture, or mobility. So in VR, you're often required to sit or stand or move or reach in ways that traditional games don't require. When players need to reach items, does their own body, their assistive devices, or their furniture get in the way? And are they able to comfortably play sitting or even lying down? This design problem demands that we account for smaller or larger players, players seated at different heights, players having different reach distance, and having different tolerances for rotation and the bending of joints, as we've kind of seen in some of our other problems as well. So by far, this is the most challenging aspect of UX in VR. This brings together a lot of the issues that we already dealt with in our previous examples. In A Night in the Attic, the main considerations of physical space are the tilt board, the interactables, and the player's height compared to the table height where everything rests. The board itself needs to be out of the way of the tools, but not so far down that players would be stuck looking straight down and straining their necks from the weight of the head-mounted display. And this was complicated by the fact that the board actually, as you can see in this example, it changes size a little bit throughout the level so that players can see the entirety of a puzzle within the viewport when needed. So tools and the game board have to be visible and reachable all at the same time, without causing input errors or bumping into each other or being out of reach. In order to accommodate the board size changing, the cubbies that contain the other interactables had to be placed just far enough away to not clip the board without being totally out of reach. We considered making a tool rack for tools, but settled on putting them on their demarcated spots on top of the cubbies so that they would always be the same distance away as the cubbies themselves. And that was kind of the best that we could do for that situation. We did manage to fit everything in the space, and most people can reach all the items with a minimum of incorrect interactions. But disabled playtesters did still report some difficulty. So one person said, the problems I encountered were mostly outside of the world and were about the tools and other things on the table area. We haven't currently received bug reports or reviews that mention reachability, so hopefully we were able to address some of the problem with some success by just like adjusting how far away things were. But I mean, this is one issue that, like, if we had more time and budget, we would really have liked to have worked on this problem more. So we wanted to implement an option to choose your height in game and have the quest reset to that height if you required it, which probably would have helped a little bit with this. But that ended up being a pretty big technical hurdle for us, so we had to rely on the built-in hardware features. This is currently an issue for players using non-Quest headsets, unfortunately. Okay, so our final principle is equitable use. The design should be useful to people with diverse abilities. At this point, I've described examples of design solutions for a range of accessibility categories, including motor, visual, and cognitive. But one thing I haven't discussed so far is the impact of simulation sickness and other conditions, such as headaches or seizures, on one's ability to use a VR head-mounted display at all. Physical illness is a serious challenge and likely impacts more prospective players than any other barrier. It might be up to 80% of users. So that's like quite a bit, and it's probably the reason that it's not a super popular technology yet. So our decisions here were made via research rather than requiring playtesting and discovery. That's in part because I myself suffer from simulation sickness and migraines, and so I felt like it was better to test that on myself than have to subject anybody else to it. And because most of our playtesters are self-selected Quest owners, so they're a little less likely to be sensitive to it in the first place. Designing for comfort, which is the term used when you're discussing illness, often means making fundamental decisions about the scope of a game's design, like whether or not to include the ability to stand or move in the game world at all. These decisions must be made early on and will affect what further precautions you must consider later in development. A Night in the Attic was always planned to be fully seated, meaning that there are no gameplay elements that force movement or even rotation outside of a limited range. This design decision mitigates one of the largest factors of illness in video games, which is player movement through space. So levels are designed to be playable in less than 15-minute chunks so that players don't have to wear a headset for too long, as time spent in VR is one of the other factors for triggering illness. So a side benefit of this is that you can play in short enough bursts to help mitigate the neck strain issue as well. And finally, research suggests that objects moving toward your face quickly can have the same kind of effect on your vestibular system as you moving through space. So as you can see in this example here, the game board has large trees and tall objects that stick up pretty dramatically out of the board, and we anticipated that this might be an issue. So we created a transparency shader that could be applied to tall objects that basically fades them out when they get too close to the player camera. As some outcomes for this, as a result of these decisions, we routinely get reviews commenting that the game feels cozy, chill, relaxing, and comfortable, and there's not one mention of nausea in our reviews and playtests. If we had time and budget, we would add a more robust checkpoint saving system so that we could allow the player to start and stop anywhere and not just between levels, because that would enable them to, if they're having trouble with a level, to put it down and pick it back up again, and not have to like extend their playtime out a long time. So to quote disability advocate Christy Matheson, I think VR can be included in the future of accessible gaming with the right consultation and testing. It just needs to be more open-minded when it comes to what its ideal gamer looks like. I kind of take that to heart. And so with that in mind, here are some takeaways for making VR more accessible, comfortable, and open-minded. So 1, use existing guidelines from a range of sources to craft a reasonable set of accessibility features to work into your game. The earlier you anticipate a problem, the easier it will be to craft a solution that feels like part of the game. 2, get buy-in from your team by inviting them to help decide what the easy wins are so that you're all thinking about accessible design from the outset. I've demonstrated how multidisciplinary some of the solutions to these issues can be, pulling in expertise from not just UX and UI, but from your whole team. 3, assume a range of bodies, abilities, and spaces when crafting early designs, both for UI and overall game mechanics and level design. It will be much easier to validate a design that tries to account for differences at the outset than to realize that you overlooked something completely upon playtesting, especially if you only have the resources to playtest later in development. 4, when playtesting, include disabled players and disability consultants who will be the people best likely to assess your barriers to play. If your scope is narrow, it's okay to have just a few playtesters as long as they have a wide range of abilities. Be sure to listen very carefully to their feedback and watch how they play, as their issues will likely be ones that you haven't considered yet. 5, especially if you're working on a low-budget project, you will not have the scope to address every single barrier that your game presents. Choose features that you can reliably implement and that have the highest impact for your audience and your gameplay style, and have a plan for what you'll add first if you get additional post-launch budget. And 6, finally, be as flexible about how players can make progress as you can, with the attitude that being able to comfortably complete the experience is the most important factor, more important than fun, more than difficulty, and more than immersion. Everybody should be afforded the ability to finish the game that you work so hard on. So thank you very much for your time. You can find myself and Mighty Yell on Blue Sky for news on our upcoming games. And now following, here are the promised resources that we use to formulate some of our accessibility plan, as well as the link to where you can find those resources permanently. So thank you so much.
I think that Armand said it best in the Discord chat. I love the level of detail of this talk in all of the very specific examples. What I loved was at the very beginning of this talk, Tabby outlined like, here are the steps of game development, and really the steps that she called out of 4 and 5 of testing and adjusting are going to be key to making these experiences accessible and comfortable. And then proceeded to show us, this framework that she was testing against, and then showed how she adjusted them based on their testing, right? To have that impact in the product. And, some of the things that were really phenomenal was like calling out specific things that like some of the changes they made, if they hadn't have done the testing, particularly with low vision players, they wouldn't have known it was an issue. They wouldn't have made those changes. But because they took the time to do the testing, they then had the time to adjust and make a better product and actually see the impact. And of course, we're always going to love anyone who highlights an example of, oh, we did this thing for our internal devs and then shipped it. Because again, we love shipping our dev tools because they're great for players. So again, absolutely phenomenal principles to learn from other areas and apply them to VR. Again, like as someone who personally suffers from sim sickness, like I deeply appreciate when people take the time to like think of me and my needs and to make a really great experience. So we will be taking a short break and then we'll be back with our last talk of the day. So see you again shortly. All right, quiet whispers as we come back. All right, welcome back, everyone. So you may have noticed there have been a lot of hints about a cool thing that has been happening. Oh, I don't have my lanyard on. I was gonna, like, you may have seen it on your lanyard. Pretend I'm holding a lanyard. There we go. Yes, the accessiblegames.com. I wonder what that is. I wonder what has happened since this accessible tagging initiative launched, announced at GDC, what could be happening, or if I were a dev who was interested in implementing them, how I would do that. Oh, wait, we're lucky enough to have basically the accessibility Avengers here today to come and yes. No, we are closing out the day with heavy hitters from all of the companies who are involved in this. So I'm really excited. This is such a cool initiative and such a cool thing to be ending the day on. And I actually don't know which of you's up. All right, Amy's up first. Here we go.
Thank you, Tara. Amazing job all day, every day, weaving everyone together. I know we're not at the end, but can we just get a round of applause, please? Thank you. And I love the questions you just happened to tee up just now. We're going to answer all those questions and then some. Hi, everyone. My name. Oh, don't go over this line. Okay. Stay back. Nobody puts baby in the corner. All right. My name is Amy Lazarus. I'm the Director of Player Inclusion at EA, and I'm also a proud member of the steering committee for the Accessible Games Initiative, henceforth called the Accessibility Avengers. I've met a lot of you, but I didn't get to meet all of you. So if you could just, on the count of three, say your first name real quick, that'd be great. 1, 2, 3. Y'all get that for later? Okay, great. And where you're from, just 1, 2, 3. Okay, great. And Discord folks, we'll check you after this as well. I'm curious, raise your hand if you're able. How many of you have heard of the Accessible Games Initiative? Okay, well, we can just stop. Great. No, just kidding. How many of you have maybe visited the website? All right, great. And how many of you are super pumped to either implement the tags and or use the tags once they're more available? I want to see everyone's hands up by the end of the session. No, by the end. I want it to be authentic. I don't want to force you. Okay. Since we launched the initiative at GDC in March, we have been busy as a steering committee figuring out what's next. And one of the most exciting elements of that is hiring the first ever executive director for the Accessible Games Initiative, Daniela Decker, right there. Woo! Yes. Daniela started earlier this month, and I have the distinct pleasure of kicking off this session and introducing her. Passion has been a theme the past few days. We've seen how contagious passion is. And in my long time of knowing Daniela, we met this morning, passion is really contagious. Daniela is an accessibility expert with more than a decade of experience advancing inclusivity across entertainment and technology industries. As an independent consultant, she's led projects to expand inclusion with and for people with disabilities, advising companies like Nike, the World Bank, and Disability Rights California. In her role as executive director of the Accessible Games Initiative, Daniela will lead project management activities for the initiative, thank goodness, guide the initiative's strategic direction, excellent, and advocate on behalf of the initiative and accessibility in the video game industry. Yes, please. Fun fact, I asked her what we couldn't find about her by scouring the internet, and she said that she has a scuba license. Anyone else want to scuba with Daniela? Okay, great. And that she has a twin sister who's moving to Zurich to work for FIFA, but I work at EA, so I would say what we used to call FIFA is now FC, but her sister actually works for FIFA and is her twin sister. So very cool and very exciting. Daniela, for all of that and more, we're so excited and thrilled to welcome you as the inaugural executive director. I'll turn it over to you now.
Amy's a pretty hard act to follow, especially because there's like a lot of vibrancy in how she really got you to all raise your hands, whether or not you liked it. Or so I'm going to quickly try to follow up on that. And also, I know that we have a long, really exciting list of people to come right after me. And then also, I'm sure there's food and lots of beverages. So we'll keep it quick and keep it tidy. But thank you again, Amy, for that introduction. Before we begin, I think it's always really important to lead with a story. So I want to acknowledge why, for me, this work is so critical and so important, and also the leadership in this room. Everything that you all are doing every day is critical to the industry. So several years ago, my mom experienced a series of traumatic brain injuries, which were small strokes called TIAs. And that turned out to be earlier symptoms of cancer. And by the time she was diagnosed, she had already endured 5 major strokes, which caused her to lose much of her mobility, her speech, her cognition. And so during her recovery, one of the only things that helped her regain her motor skills, her visual focus, and her communication were games that I found online and that I played with her. So on the screen, you'll see my mom, Maria, playing a lot of games in the hospital, including one with puzzles, Connect 4. She really loved bingo with all 4 of her 5 best friends outside of the hospital. But these were the things that she held on to. And so those games gave her a way to reconnect, to rebuild, and really hold on to her independence and her cognition. And so for me, accessibility in gaming isn't just a concept, but it's a lifeline. Games allow people to control their own narrative, to piece together their own story, and play on their own terms. So this work is obviously very personal to me and also central to my own professional mission, which is making sure games and technology are built for everyone to play. And that's why I'm so excited to be here with each and every one of you, the pioneers who are truly connected to this personal and professional mission. And you're really the ones making this space more accessible for players like my mom and for families like mine. Which brings me to why we're finally here, which is the Accessible Games Initiative. All of you raised your hand, you know what this is, so I'm going to keep it short. For those of you who may not be that familiar and did not really want to raise your hand, I'm going to give you a quick refresher. The initiative was initially launched for 3 major reasons. Here we go. That's coming later, but one is to give players the information they need to determine whether they can play a game before they actually purchase it. 2, it also is giving developers a way to clearly communicate the games that they have created with accessibility features. And number 3, reduce the burden on players who have to interpret accessibility tags that may differ from game to game or platform to platform. Exhausting, right? This is just a quick way to see, hey, what's out there? Is it actually accessible for me? So we created a set of 24 accessibility tags, each with precise definitions and clear technical criteria behind them. Those tags cover 4 major categories, including auditory, gameplay, input, and visual features. But what's really important is that our tags are public. So both developers and players can rely on a single common language. No matter what game you're playing or what platform you're on, you'll actually know whether it's accessible. So another really important principle about the initiative is it's voluntary and it's flexible. Again, for you pioneers in the room, you as developers, as engineers, as the technical experts can adopt our tags, use your own system, or combine both. And already you can see the tags on Microsoft's Xbox. The tags are live across the digital experiences with additional companies in this very room deciding, hey, let's roll these out as quick as possible on our storefronts. So looking ahead, what comes next? We know adoption is only a very small part of this journey. We need all of you in this room to get behind these tags and to get behind this mission. So soon on our website, you'll see a dedicated developer section where we'll provide the tools and resources to make it simple for developers and storefronts to implement the tags effectively. And again, you can see up on the screen a series of different auditory features and gameplay features, as well as the other additional input features and visual features. I'm not going to read through the list, but again, we'll post this, I think, and I believe it's on Discord. So soon, again, looking towards these features online and as well as with our tags, I'm thrilled today to announce the launch of one of those very tools. This morning, thanks to the team here at the table, we published the tags usage guide guidance document, which will soon be introduced by Enid Brown Nelson from Riot Games in just a moment. And after that, we'll give you a quick demonstration of ways you can evaluate your own games against the criteria of two of our very own tags. And with that, I'm going to hand things over to Enid to kick us off.
So I joked earlier that I didn't think we were exciting enough to be the last presentation today, but I take it back. I take it back. Thank you, Amy and Daniela. Welcome to the team. We are so excited to have you here. So as Daniela mentioned, today we published a guide with a set of best practices for anyone who's looking to use the Accessible Game Initiative tags. And really that means everyone from the big storefronts to individual players who are looking to use the tags to post on social media about new features or games that they're playing. So in developing this document, one of our guiding principles was to recognize that individual companies and organizations may have some constraints that prevent them from implementing all of the suggestions contained in the guide. And that's really okay, because from our perspective, providing some of this information is better than providing no information at all. It's not an all or nothing. Do as much as you can with as much as you have. And so today, I won't go into every detail contained in the guide, but rather I'll give you a quick overview of what we've included. So, oh, sorry, I was supposed to click that before, but okay. So the guide is split into 3 sections. So we have identification and information, discovery and display, and then planning for updates. So we're going to start with identification and information. In this section, we dive into topics such as identifying the tags you're using as the Accessible Game Initiative tags, linking to our website, and then providing a few usage examples. For discovery and display, we cover topics such as making the tags easy to find. So really, it shouldn't take our players more than 1 or 2 clicks to find the tags, right? And we want to enable a filter or search function for the tags, and then ensuring that your text or images meet WCAG 2.0 guidelines. Finally, as both our industry and game accessibility continues to evolve, it's important that the tag information remains as up to date as possible. So the final section of our guide, again, sorry, but the final section of our guide focuses on, covers how you can find updates about our tags. It includes criteria from our website, as well as being able to sign up for updates as we roll those out. The guide is available to download at accessiblegames.com, and then that QR code will take you directly there if you are interested. We are always open to feedback, so we want to encourage you to check us out. Let us know what you think. We're here to serve you, and so give us all the feedback, good, bad, ugly, in between. Whatever you have to tell us, we would love to hear. And so next, I'm going to turn this over to Anna Weismeyer with Xbox, Stephen Evans with Nintendo, and then Dara Monash with Google, who will go into some details about the ways to evaluate our games against our criteria to see if they meet the definition of a given tag.
I forgot to share audio. I'm glad I realized it before we got that far.
Do we need to redo all the things?
I think it's the audio for the video, which didn't happen yet. So we're all good.
Thanks for AV Tech Taylor thinking ahead.
Thank you, Taylor. Absolutely. Yeah, no problem. Sweet. All right. So I'm Dara. I'm a product manager at Google, and I've been with AGI for quite some time. I'm going to kill like 10 more seconds while we leave this QR code up as requested. Super excited to be here and help introduce our demo section. So let's get started. So what we're going to talk about today to begin with is why using common tags actually matters. So as we get started here, what I'd love for everybody to do is I want you to imagine something. So I like to close my eyes when I imagine things. You don't have to close your eyes. but I want you to think about what is the object when I say the word biscuit that you think of, right? So I'm going to guess that maybe some people are thinking of something that's warm, right? Or something that maybe smells really buttery. Maybe other people are thinking about chocolate or something really sweet. So you can see where I'm going here, right? Maybe there are different kinds of biscuits or different things that the word biscuit might mean, even though it's the same word. I'm pronouncing it the same way. But if I was in a different context, it would mean something different. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about why the language and the definitions of tags matter, because the context that you're speaking about something in matters. And the specificity when you are wanting to provide accessibility to someone matters. So if I say to Sarah, hey, Sarah, I'm going to bring you a biscuit, and Sarah imagines a dessert, so she goes and gets a cup of coffee, but I bring her a warm, savory biscuit with butter on it, she might be really confused, and that wasn't what she asked for, and it wasn't what she was expecting. So the reason that we've put all of these tags together and all of these definitions and all of the demonstrations we're going to talk to you about in a moment is to avoid that confusion and avoid in the industry, right, me going and buying a game thinking that I can play it and I can't, even though it said something that I thought meant that I could. So that's kind of our demo kickoff here. So as we start to talk about how you evaluate your titles for the criteria themselves, it's really about guidance, and it's about understanding what you're looking at and how you can evaluate things. It's not always about, do we have everything? You're not going to have everything. Enid talked about this before, right? You have to start somewhere. So what we hope is that you can think about this as the beginning if you haven't done this before. And if you've done it before, you can think about how this can maybe enhance your already amazing areas of expertise. So I hope that as we start the demos, if you feel overwhelmed or it starts to feel complicated, you're not alone. We all kind of had that moment at some point, and we are working actively to take feedback from you all as well. So as you're listening to these demonstrations, as you're hearing us talk about what the qualifications might be, if you have feedback, please definitely let us know. Grab one of us after the talk, pop it in Discord. Let us help make this better for everybody. So with that, I'm going to also hand it over to Anna to get us started with our first demo. She's going to talk about multiple volume controls in South of Midnight.
Awesome. Thank you, Dara. Actually, I was thinking earlier today when we were watching the ADHD panel, and Thor kept bringing up audio balance, and I was like, oh, that's such a perfect segue, because we're going to be talking about multiple volume controls, and I think Thor, in all of his descriptions, talked so much about why this is so important to so many players across so many different experiences, right? There we go. It worked. Okay, so if you go to our website, one of the things you'll find on the tags features page is at the very bottom, there's a PDF you can download, right? And that is a developer-facing document with all of these requirements and definitions for all of the tags. You might download it and you might see something like this for multiple volume controls, and you might be like, wow, that is an awful lot of text. How in the world am I going to get through this in terms of this one tag and trying to figure out how to evaluate, does this game actually meet the definition so that I can be communicating with players effectively and accurately, right? Well, I'm here to tell you that you really only need to focus on this to start with, right? So if you're overwhelmed by all of that text, this is your place to start. Not that the other parts aren't useful, they're great, but this is what we consider the core definition, right? These are the requirements. So one of the analogies I like to use here is the definition of something like a mug, right? So if you've got a vessel that can roughly carry some hot liquids that you can drink out of, you're probably going to be okay calling that a mug, right? Maybe it doesn't have a handle, and if it did, oh man, that'd be so much better. Or maybe you like purple mugs. I love the color purple. Or maybe you want your mug to have a cute cat design. I also really like cats. Yes, this is all coming from my brain. Right? But it doesn't need to have that handle. It doesn't need to have that design. It doesn't need to have that color in order to be called a mug, right? So you can think of the requirements as this core definition
That is what it means to be the mug, or in this case, multiple volume controls, right? The tips, the context, the goal, those are all awesome. Those are the handles, those are the designs, those are the color, right? So if you're already feeling like we were talking about, if you're well advanced in your accessibility journey and you're like, okay, cool, no, I can go and I can deep dive into those, do it, please do. That's what they're there for. But if you're feeling overwhelmed, this is a great starting point, right? All right, so you've downloaded this doc, you started looking at these requirements. Let's go ahead and review them. So what does it mean to have multiple volume controls? So what you see here is you need to have separate volume control adjustments possible for different audio channels in your game. This is important because for different players, different kinds of audio are going to be really important to their experience, right? Some players might really want to focus on the dialogue, and maybe they don't really need the, well, sound effects or music or other kinds of audio for their experience, right? Or maybe they want to bump up the dialogue, bring down the music, but they still want both channels in there, right? So being able to focus on the audio that is most important to their gameplay experience so that they can progress through your game and enjoy that experience, right? So we have sound effects, speech, ambient audio, music, voice chat, which I'm just going to note here applies to multiplayer games where there's player-to-player communication using voice, right? If your game doesn't have that, this doesn't apply. You don't need it, right? Menu narration and accessible audio cues. And last but not least, it's covered by the subtitles here for the folks in the room, is actually providing a single control that changes all of the volume for all of the audio in one adjuster, right? That's incredibly important because if we've got all of these different adjustment channels, imagine for, especially for some players for whom navigating that menu or that UI can be really exhausting, having to go through and adjust individually each one of those channels so that they're all muted all at once can be really, really difficult. So that is a really important addition to this definition. All right, so we have a sense of what multiple volume controls is defined as. Well, what does that actually look like in a game? Might be a little biased because I absolutely love this game. And Neil's talk yesterday was incredible. And he already demonstrated actually some of the audio cues that are in that game. But we're going to be using the game South of Midnight from Compulsion Games as part of the demo to walk through what it would look like to evaluate that game to see, does it have multiple volume controls? Can we call the feature that it has in there with this term? All right, so on screen, what we have right now is the audio menu from South of Midnight. It's a screenshot from that game. On the, I guess it's the right-hand side for you guys. And then on the left-hand side, we have that list of audio channels from the requirements or the definition of this tag. So the reason we start with the menu is because, well, the definition talks about making sure that you have these adjustment options in your menu. So it seems like a great place to start to see, well, does it even have that in the first place? Let's go through the list pretty quickly. Number one, this is a single player title. And if you were paying attention on that last slide, does this game need a voice chat channel? No. Awesome. Everybody, 100%. You all get an A. All right, so we don't need voice chat. We're good on that one, right? And it's good because it's not there, which would be very confusing if it was. If you take a look at this screenshot, you'll also find a variety of other channels, right? We've got dialogue, sound effects, ambience, and music, right? Okay, that's pretty awesome. So now we've got sound effects, speech, ambient audio, and music channels. You might notice that the term in the menu is a little different than the term in the requirements. That's okay. They don't have to use exactly the same language. The idea is, do they capture that audio channel in whatever way the game might call it? So in this case, they have a dialogue channel, and that's the same as the speech channel, right, that we had in the requirements. So just noting, doesn't have to be exactly the same language. And last but not least, we also have a single volume control for all the audio at the very top. They've labeled it as the master volume control, right? This is looking pretty good here, right? It's like, all right, we're doing pretty good, but I don't know. I don't see any menu narration or accessible audio cues, right? Where else might those be, right? So both menu narration and accessible audio cues are the kinds of audio that you might find in an accessibility menu. Let's go take a look. If it decides to go over there. Oh, yep, no, there. All right, so what we have on screen now is the top part of the accessibility menu in South of Midnight. And very, very much at the top right there, we see menu narration is an option, and it also has a volume adjuster in addition to things like pace and pitch, which is, and a just full toggle to turning it on and off. This is awesome. This menu is doing great. Go ahead and check that one off. All right, but I still don't see any of the accessible audio cues. And if you guys were paying attention in Neil's talk yesterday, there was something he called the beacon cue, right? For navigation. We haven't seen that one yet. Let's scroll down. Ooh, there it is, navigation assistance. The beacon audio cue has also its own separate volume adjuster. So no, they're not all in one place, right? Sometimes you might have to dig around the menu, take a look and see where it might be. But at the end of the day, we found all of the different channels represented in the menu with their own individual volume adjustments. All right, let me take a look at my notes because I lost my place. So we've got everything covered in the menu. Great, we're good to go. We can just call it multiple volume controls. How many people think that's true? I know, I'm setting you up, but it's not fair. No, it's not true, right? We've got it in the menu, but you do want to engage in some gameplay because the whole goal here is for players to be able to actually adjust the audio to meet their needs in the game, right? So this is a great start, but we do actually want to engage in some gameplay to make sure that these actually work individually. Another thing I wanted to call out here before we get into gameplay, which is what we're going to see in a moment, is there are some channels up here that can be kind of confusing to folks. So I just wanted to give a quick little note about that. So the ones that we find most confusing to developers when we're talking to them are actually the ambient audio, the sound effects, and accessible audio cues. What the hell is the difference between those three channels? Well, we have some descriptions in the developer-facing documentation, but just to give a little bit of a primer here, sound effects are anything that's game critical, right? So you can't play the game without those sound effects. Think about like the sound of like crashing into something when you're in a racing game. Pretty important that you know you've crashed into a wall, right? Or shooting in a shooter game. Seems pretty, makes a lot of sense. In this game, right, we might have some effects from the creatures that you fight or different attacks that might be coming, right? Things like that. So these are sounds that are critical to progressing through the game. Ambient. Those are sounds that you think of when you think about like creating an immersive experience for players, right? So potentially sounds of like birds flying in the background or a bush rustling beside you, right? Like as you walk by it because the wind is blowing through and now you feel like you are in the world of the game. But no, if that bush rustling means that it's like an interactable object or there's an enemy that's about to come out, now it's turned into a sound effect, right? You need to know that information. So it is important to understand what those audio channels represent in terms of the gameplay itself, right? Okay, and last but not least, the most confusing one, accessible audio cues, right? So these are audio cues that have been added to the game to enhance the accessibility specifically, right? So things that may not increase immersion and are meaningful. So think like that navigation cue that we talked about for South of Midnight, right? That's not necessarily part of the immersive experience. It's not part of the narrative. It's not a sound effect in the sense that like it's not part of that core gameplay loop that you're engaging with for progression. But it is really key to helping players use that feature to progress through the game, right? So in a sense, this is kind of a new one. I mean, really, truly, like if we'd been creating these finalists of tags like 3-4 years ago, I'm not sure if we would have included this channel, right? So there is a little bit of learning that's going on here to what everybody else has said. Lots of feedback. If there is confusion, we want to know more. If you've got examples where it's like, we don't know how to like where these fit, let us know, right? That's going to really help us continue to improve these tags and build on this knowledge, right? Okay. So what we're going to do next is we're going to play a clip of gameplay. And I'm going to walk you through what that clip is going to be because I can't talk while it's going because we can only have one audio channel at a time. So I'm just going to let you know right now what you're about to see. So this is all game clipped from the South of Midnight game. At the beginning, all of the sounds are going to be turned all on to max. So you're going to hear sounds of Hazel talking, the beacon navigation cue, some immersive sounds from the environment, menu narration when a tooltip comes up or a tutorial window comes up, things like that, right? Then you're going to see somebody go in, adjust the menu so that all sounds are muted using that master volume control, that single control that controls all the audio in the game. And it's going to be silent. So for those of you who may not be able to see the visuals on screen, it's going to be a blank moment for a moment. And that's why, because there's going to be no audio playing during that time. And then finally, we're going to start isolating the different channels to make sure that those controls actually work. We're going to bring dialogue back up to max. And all the rest of the sounds are going to be gone. So you're going to hear Hazel talking, but nothing else. And finally, we're going to bring the sound effects up. So you're going to hear some sound effects from the creature that she's battling, things like that. But you won't hear, again, any of the menu narration. You won't hear the beacon cue and other elements of the game. So just teeing that up for folks so that you know what's going on screen as I click to the next slide, which shouldn't run the video yet. Okay.
What is that? Looks like a bug's nest.
While targeting a nest, press left trigger to hold a larva haint, then press right trigger to throw larva haints to inflict damage on other haints. Press right trigger to push back larva haints and do damage to other haints. Press left bumper to go to previous page. Press B button to close. Option 3 of 8. Master value. Dialog off. Master option 3.
Yeah, it's
What is that? Looks like a bug's nest.
Hello? Okay, I'm back. All right. Well, sorry for the choppiness of the video. We can always share it later again too. But I did want to thank also the Microsoft Game Accessibility Testing Service folks over here at that table for helping provide the video clips and working with us to get those recordings. So hopefully if you did hear some of that audio, you did notice some of those differences in the different clips. So that was exactly the same gameplay clip, just with different audio adjustments made, right? So at least I'm feeling pretty confident that the controls so far that we've tested are doing an excellent job of controlling audio within the gameplay experience, and that as a player, I'd be able to adjust the audio to best meet my needs, right? You would continue isolating the different channels just to make sure, for the sake of time, we're not going to go through every single one. You can do it on your own if you really want. But yeah, and once you've done that, you've identified that the game has, captured the relevant audio in its menu. They're independently adjustable volume controls. You provided that single volume control that we tested out as well. And you can confidently say that the game has multiple volume controls as defined by the Accessible Games Initiative text. So thank you all for listening to me. I'm going to pass it back to Dara.
Thank you, Anna. So I'm just going to do a little MC pass between Anna and Steven. So a little peek behind the curtain. Anna kind of mentioned she set you up a little in her section. Our whole demo section, spoiler alert, is a little bit of a setup because we started you with Anna on purpose with multiple volume controls. We thought that might feel like one that was a little bit more digestible and easy to understand and maybe conceptualize how you might test something like that. And then we gave Steven a little bit of lifting to do in his section because he's going to talk to you about playable without button holds, which is honestly one that I find really interesting to think about how we test. So I'm going to keep my handover short and sweet, and we're going to let Steven show you how it's actually not that hard to test this one.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dara. Good. This is Steven from Nintendo of America, Program Manager, and spelled with a V. And let's kick this off. So Anna did a great job of how we kind of read through the tag description and criteria, how to parse it. So I won't go into detail on that. But this is the description for playable without button holds. And the game lets you play without button holds, doesn't require digital input. So think of keys or buttons. Analog inputs are out of scope for this tag, but it's kind of part of the tips and context. So it could be helpful for players if analog also doesn't require holds, but it's very much game dependent. Now let's look at the developer-facing criteria here. So the goal is to let players avoid digital input holds that might be impossible or uncomfortable. So I think a lot of examples might pop up into your head of what types of scenarios that might be. And so if we look at the requirements here, which is the core part of the developer-facing criteria, either don't include digital button holds at all in your game or have an alternative input method. So there's 4 listed here. And for this particular example, we're going to look at a toggle-based alternative input. In this case, we're using Botany Manor to illustrate this example from our friends at Whitethorn Games. Great game if you haven't played it. So in the options of the game, there is a line that says controls. So let's start here to see what information is available to us. Not all games may have this present in their settings. So it looks like we have the L analog stick to walk. We also see a zoom mechanic. We also see a sprint mechanic. So this is starting to give us a little bit more context and clues into what the game mechanics and gameplay might look like. And so similar to what Anna demonstrated, it's also useful to start by looking at the accessibility settings. That's really the goal of this, to see if these features fit the tag criteria. And so under accessibility, we happen to see sprint toggle, and the text says toggles between walking or sprinting rather than holding down the sprint button. So now we know this game mechanic requires a button hold. Similarly with zoom, toggles to zoom in rather than holding down the zoom button. So now we know that there is potential button holds in this game that we have to look out for. There could be other button holds, but kind of at a first glance, this is what information we can gather. The other thing to note here is there may not necessarily be an accessibility setting. So if the accessibility considerations are already inherent in the gameplay, that wouldn't necessitate a setting. So please look out for that case as well. So now let's jump into the game. In this case, let's see what gameplay looks like without the toggle enabled for sprint. And this is a scene from one of the early parts of Botany Manor. So you'll see a garden with a walkway, and on the right bottom corner, you have a picture-in-picture insert of what's going on with the controller input for your reference. So you can see that we're just walking by using the L analog stick. And in order to sprint, you have to simultaneously hold down the L shoulder button. For zoom, let's look at what this looks like without the toggle enabled. So in this scenario, we also see a chart with different regions and different types of vegetation and what is their appropriate temperature. In order to zoom, you'll also see the picture-in-picture requiring a ZR shoulder button hold during that duration. And again, if this is not possible or uncomfortable to a player, that presents a barrier. So let's see how enabling both of these accessibility settings for sprint and for zoom look in actual gameplay. So same scene, garden with a walkway, picture-in-picture insert on the bottom right. And so we'll see we're walking, pressing the L button once to be in sprint mode, pressing it again to release, and being in walk mode one more time. Now let's see with the zoom accessibility feature enabled. We'll see the same type of toggle mechanic here. So press once to zoom, press the ZR button once again to release out of zoom. So you'll see in these two examples here that we are able to kind of triangulate the control menu with the accessibility settings and seeing how that actually behaves in the game. And with this, we can confidently say Botany Manor does not require button holds in order to enjoy the experience. With that, I'm going to hand it back over to Dara for some closing words.
So I'll wrap us up just with kind of a couple of takeaways that all of the Accessible Games Initiative wanted to kind of bring together, honestly, things that we wanted to talk about from accessible games and tagging in general. But I think after listening to everyone over the last 2 days, I think it wraps up a lot of everyone's sentiments really nicely in a way that's kind of cool for us to wrap up the conference in. So for the tags in particular, I think everyone has mentioned this on the panel, right? These tags are fully available to anyone that wants to use them, whether it is a single person creating a single game or a gigantic studio that wants to use them for all of the robust titles that they have in their storefront. So these are completely open and available to anyone that wants to hop on the site to take a look at them and use them. And again, hopefully for different consumers across the world so that they can get a chance to have a shared taxonomy and a shared language for the titles that they're looking at. Similarly, right, on a who's sort of side of things, something that we have talked about as a steering committee a lot and as the initiative is how can we make it feel more approachable to use the tags to begin with, to start thinking about how you're going to evaluate titles for which tags are appropriate to list with them. And I think really it just comes down to not being afraid to try to start something, right? You may not be in a place where you have the ability to pay someone a full-time salary to do this, right, in a way that's commensurate with their effort. So that might mean that someone that does another role at your company that has a little bit of time can select a couple of tags to take a look at for your title. Maybe you start with one. Maybe you pick something that when you planned the game, you're like, hey, I think we actually really want to focus on this. So that's the only one you're talking about now. That's okay. Having awareness of what you can and can't provide and making sure that you're able to communicate that to your team, to the folks that might want to play your game, that's what matters. And that's, I think, what matters to all of us is starting something. So for who can do this, right? The person that you have available is the right person. The amount of time that they have available is the right amount of time. And then you can continue to build on those first steps if that's where you are when you're starting out. Similarly, when should you think about this? I think a lot of folks have talked about this in different talks, right? In our dream world where everything is perfect, we can plan for every single feature, every ability that we want to provide in our games at the very beginning, and then we can staff it and we can build it. We live in an imperfect world, and that's just our reality, right? And that's okay. So if you can do all of your accessibility planning at the beginning and then build your perfect game, amazing. And I'm so excited and I cannot wait to play that game. We don't all live there. So you can do it later when you're talking about milestones. Maybe you're thinking about a new feature that you're going to build and, oh, wow, it would actually be really cool if we built it this way. And then you can incorporate different things that you know, different expertise from your various teams. And honestly, maybe just reading over the tags inspires you for something you hadn't thought about as a way to make your game more accessible in the future. And then, of course, right, everyone's favorite, at the end, you can just think about it. Hey, what we built, how does that qualify? How does it fit in? I laugh because I think we all live in a world where sometimes that's just the reality. And again, it's okay. Our world isn't perfect in so many more ways than just this one. So if we all have a few moments sometimes to make things better for each other, that's okay. And we should take advantage of those in the best way that we can. And sometimes that means looking at things at the end and saying, what did we build that we can accommodate with language to tell people about? And I think also it's important to not be afraid to not have tags that are applicable, because that's almost sometimes just as important as saying the tags that you do qualify for, because then folks understand what you do and don't provide currently in the title that you have available. So again, how, right? It's easier than you think. Start small. Find a friend. Message someone on Discord, right? Like I think almost all of us are on Discord, right? You can ask a question on there. One of us might be able to help you out and answer it. Someone else that's available might be able to help answer it. A teammate that you have at work, maybe they can help you answer it. It's sometimes just about that first, like, breaking the ice step. A couple of things also that our team has chatted about today, and Stephen actually did a really good job talking about both of these, so I'll branch off of what he was saying. As you're thinking about evaluating for tag applicability in particular, these two things are some of the ones that they come up again and again as we talk about it. So first is the functionality that you're evaluating part of core gameplay for the person that wants to play your game? If they're unable to complete the piece of action that is required by that functionality, is there another way for them to do it? Could you create another way for them to do it so that they wouldn't be blocked from progress in your game? Morgan said earlier, right, like the DNF because you simply can't is the worst feeling. So how can you make it so that more players don't have that experience of just like sad drop at the end? And I think Stephen also mentioned this in a wonderful way in his section on botany manner and playable without button holds. There are kind of two different ways that you can think about qualifying your games for different tags. One is with an intentional feature design. Both of our presenters kind of showed you different menu options, different toggles, different sliders, ways to turn things on and off. And that's amazing. It's very approachable to say like, oh, of course, go to the menu, find it. Yes, we have that, check the box, right? And that's amazing and wonderful when it applies. Stephen also talked about, right, when you're talking about playable without button holds. If you have button holds, you can have a menu option and you can say, hey, like turn it on or off. If you do have the capacity to think about these sorts of things in your planning phases, maybe you could design a game that doesn't need button holds to begin with. And that's what we mean when we talk about qualified by design. So I think, okay, yeah, I got you. Okay, sorry, Tam. We're done. Don't worry, because it's one last thing, which is literally, don't let perfect be the enemy of the good, right? Imperfect world. We live in it. It's how it is. So don't be afraid to get started. We're here for feedback, for support, to help you in any way that we can. And we're really excited to see what you all do with this. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you for tolerating me aggressively out in the corner. So if you are interested, if you want to learn more, they have been kind enough to have these information sheets that have some of the high-level details, as well, again, as the QR code and everything. So if you want to learn more, please grab one of these or talk to any of these fabulous humans. They would love to tell you more. And with that, we are officially at the end of the Game Accessibility Conference. And it's just my list of thank yous that's now standing in between you and some free food and drink. So I'm going to do my best. I first want to give a particular shout out to Sam for his ASL interpreting during the audio section. You got lots of props. Like, I didn't know who was going to have to deal with that, but you did great. So again, I want to start by thanking our sponsors, who I can never remember. It's that short-term executive function issue. It's okay. That's why it's on the desktop of the computer, so I can always have it. So I want to again thank our sponsors, because everything that we have here, the fact that we have interpreters, we have subtitles, that we're able to keep ticket price low, as well as offer free tickets to people who are recently really laid off, is because of our sponsors. So again, a round of applause for our gold sponsors of Sony Interactive Entertainment and Xbox. Another thank you to our silver sponsor of Riot Games, Descriptive Video Works, of course, the Accessible Games Initiative, which you just heard about, and Amazon Games. And then our bronze sponsors of Ubisoft, Shell Games, Playtest Cloud, Bungie, Scopely, Electronic Arts, Reed Speaker, and Shara. Now, it takes a lot of people to get this event rolling and make it happen. So I do want to say thank you to all of the staff who are part of this. So first, I want to thank our interpreters we had for the event, both Samuel and Darlene from Partners in Communication. So thank you so much. Darlene, and Samuel, thank you. Thank you. You guys are phenomenal. I also want to thank our live captioners that we've had over the past 2 days, of Casey and Tracy from Caption Pro. You guys, again, have been absolutely phenomenal. Thank you. And then we also have a team that has been working on taking all of our pre-recorded videos and getting captionings for the VOD so we could put them on YouTube. So actually, as of right now, if it was a pre-recorded talk, thanks to our captioning provider Subtrend, those videos are now already online on the YouTube channel for you to be able to reference and watch. So thank you to Subtrend for putting in the hours. Of course, we always have our staff here at the conference. So hiding way in the back, of course, Ian Hamilton, my co-conspirator in this whole adventure. We have our front of house Viking, Max, who keeps it all together. Ian and I would probably die of starvation if he weren't keeping track of us, honestly. On site today, we had our 2 other volunteers, of Ren and Kian, who were phenomenal. They're actually students here locally at DigiPen who put in the time to come and attend this conference. So plus the next generation of volunteers. And then doing some things behind the scenes and online. We also had Carrie Waterton, who we've tricked into doing work for us, as well as all of our amazing Discord mods. And first off, shout out to ActiveBit. He was pinning things faster than I could think about it. I'd be like, I'm gonna get it this time. No, so fast. I also want to thank Taylor on AV. She just had to step out, but Taylor did amazing. We are lucky enough to have Taylor for 2 years in a row, and she specifically requests to work with us because she is actually a gamer with some accessibility needs as well. So when she just happened to be our AV person last year, she was like, oh my God, I love you guys. I'm keeping you. And we are so glad because she was phenomenal. And also, I do want to thank the rest of the Archer Hotel staff because they have been amazing and supportive and make it so easy for us to have a great conference here. So let's do a round for all of them. And with that, we officially conclude the conference. I will release you for food and drink and Battenberg from a local baker. If you do not know the story of Battenberg, well, you're just going to have to find a previous attendee and hear the story from them. And I'm going to turn the camera around. So, all right, in-person folks, wave goodbye to the online folks. You've all been phenomenal. Bye. That's so awkward. All right. Thank you so much. Go have some food and drink.